After a successful opening day campaign, the OC Riptide are back here on this Friday night at the Great Park in Irvine, California, where they take on the San Diego Bombers for the second of 2 straight games against this San Diego team. Good evening, folks, wherever you may be. I'm Avi Singh alongside my partner, Sam Evans. Sam, those runs, the 4 that OC had on Tuesday, came in unconventional ways.
Yeah, the Riptide scored 4 runs in the bottom of the 7th, an inning they came into trailing by 2 runs with just 1 base hit, an infield single, a lot of walks. Neither team had an extra base hit in the game on Tuesday night, so we'll see if the bats wake up a little bit here tonight.
One bat to look out for on the Riptide is, of course, Reed Montgomery, who was with the team last year but had a great night on Tuesday, getting 2 hits as well as 2 walks.
Yeah, it was a big night for Reed. Good to have him back here in Orange County. He's batting 9th and playing center field tonight. We'll see if he can continue to lead the CCL in batting average.
Riptide team that hit 192 on opening day, a little bit better than the Bombers' average of 161. Well, we're just about nearing first pitch here at Great Park. Let's take you through the lineup of the visiting San Diego Bombers. Batting off and playing DH, the lefty Dylan Martin. Isaac Castanon, who came into the game as a pinch hitter on Tuesday, bats second. The lefty plays at second base. Jeremy Jones, a new face in right field, bats third and is a lefty. Joey Doskasil in the cleanup spot today. He played third base on Tuesday. He's back at third base for San Diego tonight. E.J. Barnes, who played second base on Tuesday, plays shortstop for the Bombers and bats sixth. Dylan Towning, the catcher tonight for San Diego, bats seventh. Gannon Dwyer plays first base for the Bombers and bats eighth. And Drew McNear at center field rounds it off for San Diego. Sam, the defense today for the Riptide.
Yeah, for the Riptide, doing the catching for the starter Andrew Harbor is Sean Romero. From left to right in the infield is Bradley Boudreau and Travis Curry at third base and shortstop. Dennis Fitzpatrick's at the Keystone today, and Tomas Cernius draws his first start of the season at first base. He was DH on opening day. Zach Woodson, Reed Montgomery, Jarrett Sable, your outfield from left to right.
And Sam, you mentioned the starter tonight for the Orange County Riptide. It's the man that spent 3 seasons at USC, Andrew Harbor.
Yeah, Harbor comes to the Riptide from SC. He's in the transfer portal right now. Just 2 1/3 innings of 11.57 ERA baseball for the right-hander at USC this last season.
As he takes on Dylan Martin, the first batter of the game. First pitch from Harbor. A fastball that gets away from the catcher, Romero. There's a ball to start the game. It's 1-0 to Dylan Martin, who was 1 for 3 on Tuesday with a pair of walks.
Martin drove in a run as well with one of those walks.
As he awaits for the 1-0. Another fastball, this time inside, and it misses once again. The count moves to 2-0. Andrew Harbor pitched in 3 games this season for the Trojans. Had an unfortunate 11.57 ERA in 2.1 innings for Andy Stankowitz's squad. 2-0. Fastball inside once again, and Harbor unable to find the strike zone. It's a hitter's count to Dylan Martin.
You saw how hits were certainly limited in the game on Tuesday night, and walks were a big way that either team, or both teams were able to produce offense.
Harbor unable to bounce back. It's 3 straight fastballs inside to Dylan Martin, and he draws a leadoff walk to begin the game.
Certainly not the way that Harbor wanted to start his Riptide career, but just got to flush it and deal with Isaac Castanon here, who came off the bench on Tuesday night for the Bombers. Had 2 walks, did not record a base hit, though.
Came in for the DH on Tuesday, Jet Grossart, but Castanon starts at second base today for San Diego. As he works with a runner at first base. The pitch. Fastball right down the middle for strike 1, and there's the first strike of the game for Andrew Harbor.
Hopefully the first of many to come.
As he looks to clean up those command issues that he had in the last at-bat against Martin. Harbor looks over to Martin at first and gets set. 0-1. Another fastball. This time it catches the outer edge of the plate, and the count moves to 0-2 on Isaac Castanon.
Martin over there at first base had 3 stolen bases in 50 games for Claremont Mud Scripps this last season, so not an overwhelming threat to steal.
Harbor still looks over at him. 0-2. Fastball outside, and the count moves to 1-2 on Castanon. Isaac Castanon from Riverside City College. Played in 33 games for them this season, and he had 255 with 8 RBIs. Working with a man over there at first base.
Only 9 strikeouts in those 33 games for Castanon as well, so he's a tough guy to K.
As Harbor unable to get the strikeout there on a fastball that gets away from the catcher Romero, the count moves even at 2. Just 2 walks in those 3 appearances for Andrew Harbor, but again, the runs given away. Had a tough outing in his final game as a Trojan against the Oregon State Beavers. As he throws over to first, and Martin's in safely.
Harbor's only going to be with the Riptide for the first half of this summer. And innings limits often, that's the nature of summer balls. You have guys who are only able to contribute for part of the season.
2-2. Fastball outside, the count moves full. And Sam, to that point, Andrew Harbor has entered the transfer portal. We heard about it coming into this Riptide season. So with just a half of a season being able to be played for Harbor, he has to impress early and often.
He's probably the only Riptide arm who's going to go multiple innings today, so he's got that opportunity to impress.
As he works with a full count. Misses with a fastball outside. It's back-to-back walks for Andrew Harbor. Not the start he was looking for tonight.
Certainly not. We saw the Riptide load to the bases with 1 out on opening day. The Bombers were able to wiggle out of that jam. So Harbor's going to try and work around some early trouble here. Going to have a mound visit with the catcher Romero to make sure they're on the same page.
And we were talking earlier during batting practice with some of these Riptide pitchers about what it means to pitch with catchers that you aren't too familiar with, and they're talking with us about how sometimes you got to work out the quirks. Just let them know what you throw, and sometimes shake your head, but figure out what you can throw and what works well, what doesn't. As Harbor now works with runners on first and second to Jeremy Jones. The pitch. Fastball down low, but called for strike 1.
Jones had a big year at L.A. Pierce Community College, where he hit .367, had 6 homers in 47 games.
Hit .378 as a freshman as well, so 2 strong seasons over at Pierce for Jones. Trying to bring in that run from second, the 0-1. Fastball outside, and the count moves even. So Harbor, we mentioned, pitched in just 3 games for USC and entered the transfer portal. He pitched in 8 games combined in his first 2 seasons. A guy that didn't get too many reps with the Trojans, and that's why he's looking for a new opportunity. As he looks over towards second and fires the 1-1. Fastball on the outer edge of the plate. No call behind home plate, and the count moves to 2-1. Sean Miltmore, your home plate umpire today. Chris Maher over at first, and Garrett Yaniguez at third. Harbor looking to get the first out here in the top of the first inning. 2-1. Fastball outside on the corner, and this time he gets the call, so it's an even count at 2.
Big opportunity here for Harbor. Got to try to put away Jones. Doesn't necessarily have to be a strikeout, but cannot really afford to put the first 3 men on that he faces.
And with 2 straight walks, all you really need is 1 out to maybe try and get some confidence back here. As Harbor looks for the payoff. Ball's chopped out towards the San Diego dugout and foul, and Jones stays alive.
Harbor's really best work of his professional or college career, at least, came with the Bend Elks back in the summer of 2024. He had a 1.8 ERA in 30 innings with the Elks, so hopefully he can capture that summer ball magic here with Orange County.
As he looks to do so after allowing runners to reach first and second on walks. Shakes off the catcher Romero and gets his pitch. The 2-2. Ripped foul once again by Jones. A good at-bat he's putting together. And if there's one thing, Sam, that you want to do early, it's get to the pitcher, see what pitches he's going to throw to you, and get that pitch count high, see if you can get to him early and get him out of the game.
Absolutely, and Jackson Pace is already warming up in the Riptide bullpen in case Harbor needs some assistance here in this first frame.
Talked to him earlier. He said he would be the emergency pitcher for today, Pace did. 2-2. Fastball outside, called strike 3. He got him. Crucial strikeout for Andrew Harbor, and there's the first out of the inning for the Riptide.
Froze Jones on the pitch on the outer half there, and sometimes the first one's the hardest one, and hopefully the next two come a little bit easier for Harbor.
So after allowing back-to-back walks to start the game, Harbor gets a strikeout and a big first out for the Riptide as Joey Doskasil steps up to the plate. 1 for 3 in Tuesday's game with a run scored. First pitch to him. Big swing and a miss on a fastball down the plate from Harbor. You could see Sean Romero pointing to Harbor after the pitch, saying, there you go, trying to get that confidence back in his pitcher after the rough start.
First whiff that Harbor's generated today from these San Diego bats.
Cautious of the runner on second, he fires. This time it's a high fastball. A little bit of wiggle room there for Romero to make a throw to third. Had the runner taken off from second, but Martin stayed put.
Right to be cautious in the 6th inning for the Bombers. Or on Tuesday, Jackson Summers had 2 stolen bases, helped the Bombers to score the opening run of that game.
1-1. Fastball on the outer edge. Harbor can't get the call in the corner. It's 2-1.
Romero definitely held that one there, an extra beat to try and draw the call from our home plate umpire, Sean Miltimore.
Another outside fastball and another miss from Harbor. So it's a hitter's count here to Joey Doskasil with runners on first and second and 1 out.
Doskasil hit .300 at Saddleback this last season, so he certainly can do some damage. Drove in 34 runs as well in 44 games for Saddleback.
3-1. Doskasil fouls it off and the count moves full. And Doskasil comes from a baseball family. His father, Darren, played at UC Riverside and spent 9 years in the independent league, so no surprise seeing Joey here with the Bombers. Looking to bring in that run from second. Full count payoff from Harbor. Dribbled out towards Harbor on the mound. He'll fire to first, and it's in time for out number 2. But a little bit of a sacrifice play that time from Doskasil as both runners are now in scoring position with 2 outs.
Nice job there by the first baseman, Tomas Cernius, able to just hang on to the bag. That throw from Harbor a little bit towards second base, more than you'd like at least, but Cernius had a long reach, and there's 2 down here as Barnes comes to the plate.
So an opportunity for the Riptide to get out of the inning clean as E.J. Barnes steps up. 0 for 3 in the game on Tuesday. He was taken out in the 8th inning. Harbor shakes off Romero not once but twice and now finds his pitch. Here it is. Laced out towards left field, a ball that's carrying, but it goes well foul. You don't see too many home runs hit here at Great Park. Fence is pretty high, and the wind isn't very active on these summer months.
Yeah, it really is tough. All these college athletes used to using metal bats, of course, and instead using a wood bat here makes it a little more difficult to get balls over the fence.
0-1. Big swing and a miss there from Barnes, and the count moves to 0-2. Sam, now Harbor just 1 pitch away from getting out of this inning.
Exactly what you wanted to see from the right-hander. Early control issues with those 2 walks, but since then, much better here. And put away Barnes, get out of the inning, no harm, no foul.
Dylan Towning awaits on deck for San Diego, but Andrew Harbor wants to make sure he doesn't step up to the plate. 0-2. Fastball outside and low, and the count moves to 1-2. So E.J. Barnes able to stay alive here against Harbor. Guy that Hit .293 at Golden West College over the last season. 19 RBIs for him. He looks to bring in some RBIs here for San Diego in the top of the first inning. Payoff from Harbor. High fastball that can't clip the zone. It's 2-2. E.J. Barnes working back here. Down 0-2 in the count. He moves it even. It's been a long first inning for Andrew Harbor. He's scheduled to pitch 2, but we'll see how far he can go. He's trying to make sure none of these runners come in. 2-2. High pop-up out towards our way in the press box and foul. And if there's one thing, Sam, these Bombers batters have done so well against Harbor, it's staying alive in the count.
Yeah, they've certainly made him work hard, and that's exactly what your job is if you're San Diego in the first inning. It's just see a lot of pitches and get everybody more comfortable at the plate.
It's been almost a 15-minute top of the first inning the way they've made Harbor work, but he looks to get out of it now. 2-2. Outside, called strike 3. He got him. Andrew Harbor walks 2 batters and retires the next 3 straight with 2 coming on punch-outs. We head to the top or bottom of the first inning in a scoreless ballgame. Back here for the bottom of the first inning in a scoreless ball game between the San Diego Bombers and the Orange County Riptide. Bradley Boudreau will lead things off for the Riptide. We'll get you the lineup in just a moment. Tyler Burns is the starter for San Diego. Here's his first pitch. It's a fastball high and outside for ball 1 to Boudreau. Here's the Riptide lineup tonight. Boudreau leads things off. Travis Curry plays shortstop and bats second. Justin Tiller, the DH, bats third. And we'll get you the next third after this pitch. As it's another fastball high and outside, the count moves to 2-0. So back to the Riptide lineup. Sable bats fourth. Zach Woodson plays left field, bats fifth. Dennis Fitzpatrick plays second, bats sixth. Tomas Cernius, the first baseman, bats seventh. Sean Romero catches and bats eighth. And Reed Montgomery in center, bats ninth. As Boudreau stares at another outside fastball, the count moves to 3-0. And it's the same thing we saw in the top of the first inning out of Andrew Harbor when he allowed a 4-pitch walk to begin the game.
Yeah, the Riptide trying to take advantage of what the Bombers couldn't, get some early base runners, and then cash them in.
3-0 to Boudreau. Another fastball high and outside, so just like Andrew Harbor, Tyler Burns begins his day with a 4-pitch walk.
Nice to see Boudreau show some patience up at the plate. He missed all of this season with Fordham with a lower back injury stress reaction, so hadn't had a lot of action recently. It'd be easy to be aggressive at the plate, but took the 4 pitches he was given. He's on first base.
Wasn't in the lineup either on Tuesday for the Riptide, but here he is tonight with a leadoff walk. As Travis Curry steps into the righty batter's box. On a pitch. Curry rips the ball foul out towards the San Diego dugout for the first strike.
Curry entered the game on Tuesday night as a pinch runner after Slater Nunez was hit in the head with a pitch. Nunez is out of the lineup today, but he's recovering well and should be back in the Riptide lineup shortly.
Yeah, it was a scary situation that was on Tuesday night when he got smacked in the head by the baseball, but when he heard that Nunez is okay, he's day-to-day, and he should be in the lineup very soon for the Riptide. As Burns fires, it hits off the barrel of the bat on a check swing from Curry. The count moves to 0-2.
Tough break there for Curry. That would not have been a strike, and he would have held up, but hit the part of the bat, and instead you're down 0-2. Curry's got to find a way to battle here with 2 strikes.
Talking about Riptide injuries, we were speaking with Trajan Rogowski earlier in the outfield. He was supposed to play on Tuesday but was scratched due to an injury beforehand. He said he's okay and he expects to be in the lineup again soon. As a fastball almost hits Curry in the head, he's able to get away. And another scary situation, almost similar to what we saw with Nunez on Tuesday night.
Definitely have some pitchers who have a little bit of trouble finding the strike zone at times here in the CCL. Burns picks over, but Boudreau's back in safely.
One, two. Boudreau takes off from first base, but Curry fouls the ball back and he has to retreat over.
I like that, though, from Coach Brian Evans, sending Boudreau in motion there with 2 strikes, try and stay out of the double play. We've seen the Riptide be aggressive. They were aggressive all of last season. They were aggressive on the base path on Tuesday night as well.
That two, Boudreau took off after the pickoff move from Burns. 1-2. High fastball near the letters, and the count moves even.
Towning popped out there and looked straight over towards first base and Boudreau, so perhaps a pitch out of some kind there from Scott Stanley, the Bombers head coach.
Worried about the speed of Boudreau over at first. 2-2 from Burns. Boudreau takes off once again. It's a pitch out. Throw to second is plenty in time, and there's a bang-bang play for an out. Scott Stevens and Tyler Burns cautious of Bradley Boudreau. A throw to second works to perfection.
Yeah, nice throw there from Towning on the right field side of second base. Pretty much exactly where you'd want it. Boudreau had no chance there.
So now Travis Curry has to adjust with a full count and nobody on the base paths. As he laces a ball past past Burns, and there's a base hit for Curry.
Funny how baseball works sometimes. The Riptide lose the runner on the caught stealing, and Curry gets right back on first base for Orange County and Justin Tiller, who's coming up next.
As Omaha, the bat dog, out for the first time all season. Retrieves the bat and decides to play with it a little before Tiller comes up. Now retrieves the ball. And there's the first bat retrieved all season from Omaha.
Probably about a B bat retrieval there for Omaha. Not her finest work, but it's her opening day, so we'll give her some leeway as she gets into the swing of things with this summer ball season.
As Justin Tiller steps up to the plate for Orange County. Of course, a familiar face here at Great Park, having played with the Riptide last season. He's back here after committing to Texas A&M. As Burns throws to second, Curry slides in safely. And you know from the caught stealing that we saw at second base, that the San Diego squad will be cautious of Curry over there with one out.
Curry went 9 for 12 on stolen bases last season up at Cypress College.
First pitch to Tiller. Fastball inside. The catcher Towning has to slide in to make the catch. It's 1-0. Justin Tiller, 1 for 4 on Tuesday with a base hit. Had an RBI on a sacrifice fly that made it a 4-2 Riptide lead. Of course, the score would stand and the Riptide would get the win on opening day. As Tiller sees a high fastball, it's 2-0.
Yeah, Tiller did a great job there. Came up with runner on third, less than 2 outs. Didn't try to do too much, just lifted a ball out to the outfield. And that was a big insurance run. The Bombers really threatened, loaded the bases with 1 out in the 9th inning. Tiller's insurance run definitely helped ease the tension a little bit.
Throw to first. Close play, but Curry's able to avoid the tag and get in safely.
Tiller is certainly a dangerous hitter. If Burns is too focused on Curry, Tiller will make him pay.
As he works with a hitter's count. Another throw back over. Curry makes it in.
There's no limiting on how many times you can pick over here in the CCL, unlike in the major leagues. So if Burns is so inclined, he can throw over as much as he pleases.
It's been a rule that's stayed in college baseball even with the changes in the professional levels. As Tiller takes a big hack at the 2-0.
Tiller had 10 home runs this last season for Cypress, a school record 22 in 2025, and he was trying to put number 1 for his Riptide totals over the right field fence with that swing.
Had a walk-off home run last year for the Riptide against the Malibu Marlins here at Great Park. As he swings for the fences once again and can't reach the baseball, the count moves even at 2. So Tyler Burns, who was down 2-0 in the count to Justin Tiller, gets back-to-back whiffs and has an opportunity to punch him out here with Curry over at first. Throw over, Curry back in. Two-two as the lights turn on at Great Park. Tiller stares at a fastball near his head. It's 3-2.
A lot of long at-bats, a lot of picks over so far. Not really all that far into this ball game, but it's already been half an hour here from the Great Park, so this one may move at a little bit of a slower pace tonight.
A lengthy first inning it's been. Quality at-bats on both sides. Full count payoff. Tiller rips a ball out towards right field. It tracks near the wall, and it is caught by Jones for out number 2. Allowed out at that as Justin Tiller is retired and Travis Curry has to stay at first.
If you're going to get one out of the Great Park, that's the place to do it. Today the wind's blowing a little bit out towards left field, but usually it blows towards right. It's the shortest part of the ballpark down the right field line, and Tiller was definitely flirting with that fence, but not quite able to get it to the warning track there for out number 2 in this bottom of the first inning.
As Jarrett Sable digs in at the plate. Talk about the dimensions here at Great Park, 325 on either line, as you mentioned, but the further towards center you go, the deeper it gets. 362 out in left and right, and then 400 over there at center as Sable stares at a ball outside.
It's real tough to get one out towards center field here in the Great Park.
1-0 to Sable. He rips the ball out towards the right field, and it's foul. Sable 1 for 3 on Tuesday. Struck out, but did come around to score in that seventh inning. That got the Riptide its 4 runs. There's cardinal and gold cleats, cardinal and gold batting gloves. That's because he's over at USC. As the throw to first does not get Curry, he's back in there.
He redshirted for USC, but these Trojans are still playing. They took down North Carolina in the Super Regional today, the first game of that 3-game series.
1-1. Sable takes a fastball high and outside, but it catches the zone for strike 2. And it's been a pretty exciting college baseball playoff so far. I think one highlight is the Little Rock and Troy Super Regional Series, two teams that you wouldn't necessarily think would make it that far, but just goes to show that it can be anyone's ball game on any day. As Curry takes off towards second, throw is in time. He got him. What a throw from Dylan Towning. 2 outs in the inning. Come on, caught Steelings to second base, and the Riptide unable to bring in any runs. So it stays a scoreless ball game as we head to the top of the second. Top of the second inning in a scoreless ball game between the Bombers and the Riptide here at Great Park. New pitcher for the Riptide is Cameron O'Neill. He'll face Dylan Towning, Gannon Dwyer, and Drew McNear for the Bombers. As Dylan Towning steps up into the plate, the catcher had 2 impressive out throws in the bottom of the first inning when he caught 2 runners over at second base. As he stares at an inside fastball for strike 1.
Yeah, that second throw down from Towning was just spectacular. I mean, he had to come out of his crouch pretty much completely to even corral that pitch. Then the throw down in time. Just what a play.
Towning stares at a fastball. This time it's outside, and the count moves to 1-1. Dylan Towning from Kingman, Arizona, as is Detroit Tigers pitcher Tarek Skubal. 1-1. Towning takes once again, and this time it's a fastball inside, but it catches the zone. It's 1-2. Short sample size from Towning in his freshman season with San Diego Mesa. Played in just 11 games, where he hit .214. As he continues to take from Cameron O'Neill, who misses inside, it's 2-2.
Did hit a home run in those 11 games for San Diego Mesa. Drove in 6 runs as well.
Working with a 2-2 count against the new pitcher, Cameron O'Neill. Here's the delivery. Laced out towards the San Diego dugout and foul. On the line, by the way, for Andrew Harper, just an inning of work. Did not give up any hits or runs. Walked 2 batters, of course, the first 2 that he faced, but ended up striking out 2 as well to end the inning.
Most important number there is the 0 on the scoreboard, and Harper did his job, worked around some trouble.
2-2. Fastball called strike 3. Good location from O'Neill on the upper edge of the zone for the first out here in the top of the second.
It's the 3rd strikeout so far from Riptide pitching. They've all been looking, and they've all been really on that outside corner of the plate. So we'll see if the Riptide continue to expand that part of the zone.
As the first baseman, Gannon Dwyer, digs in for San Diego. He laces a ball out towards right field. It's foul. Let's talk about Cameron O'Neill for a second. He's going into his junior season from El Camino College. 15 games he played for them. A .339 ERA this season.
mostly started there. Of those 15 games, 13 were starts. Had an 11-2 record, 3.39 ERA for the right-hander.
It's interesting to see Harbor get the start, a guy who, of course, is usually a reliever for USC, and then Cameron O'Neill, who's more of a starting pitcher coming in for relief of Harbor.
Well, O'Neill's thrown 164 innings over his 2 years with El Camino, which is the most pretty much of anyone on this Riptide team over the last couple seasons.
As he gets Dwyer to whiff at a breaking ball inside, the count moves to 1-2. So it's 2 solid seasons at El Camino for O'Neill, but he's in the transfer portal as well. So looking to get some scouts here at Great Park as he fires inside and misses.
O'Neill looking to make the move up from El Camino to a bigger school, a 4-year program.
2-2. Chopped out towards second on a 2-bouncer. Throw to first is in time for out number 2. So Cameron O'Neill comes into the game and works back-to-back outs.
Nice job there from Dennis Fitzpatrick, moving to his left. Couple of hops, but didn't panic there on that slowly hit ground ball. Easy out there for the Riptide.
So with 2 outs and nobody on, that'll bring up Drew McNear, who played for San Diego in Tuesday's game here at Great Park.
Had a couple of base hits, went 2 for 4, struck out another 2 times at the plate, though.
As he stares at a breaking ball outside from O'Neill. Drew McNear from Eastern Arizona. Played in 22 games there and hit .286. Takes outside once again. It's 2-0.
O'Neill actually began his career at El Camino as a two-way player. He hit .227 as a freshman there, but then he was only pitching in 2026.
Pitching this summer with the Riptide as he fires a strike on the outside corner. Couple of two-way guys on this Riptide squad. Julian Hines, one of them. We saw him pitch on Tuesday. O'Neill, another two-way guy pitching here as the ball gets away from the catcher Romero.
Dangerous count here. McNear does not have a home run in his collegiate career, but still got to be wary in a 3-1 count if you're O'Neill.
Fastball outside for ball 4, and McNear draws a 2-out walk.
Third walk of the game allowed by Orange County pitchers as well. So this San Diego team really patient at the plate. So far of their 8 plate appearances, only 2 of them have ended on pitches where they actually swing the bat. 3 walks and 3 strikeouts looking.
As Kai DeKrimmer steps up to the plate and takes inside for strike 1. DeKrimmer listed as both a pitcher and a hitter on the San Diego Bombers squad. As the ball almost clips him in the leg, he ends up moving away. It's 1-1.
Did not play during his freshman year at Regis University, but he was listed as a hitter and a pitcher on that roster as well.
Working with a 1-1 count and a runner at first as he dribbles a ball out towards short. It's played on by Curry. Throw to first is outside the range of the first baseman, but he's able to make the tag in time for out number 3. Cernius makes the play, and the Riptide able to get out of the inning clean. We head to the bottom of the second, still no score. Bottom of the second inning, 0-0 the score here at Great Park as Jarrett Sable comes back up to bat. If you're wondering why Sable's at the plate again, it's because there were 2 caught stealings in the bottom of the first inning, and one of them on Travis Curry ended the inning. So Sable, who is batting, gets another crack here against a new pitcher for San Diego in Jaden Graves. Here's his first pitch. Fastball high and outside, called for a strike on the corner.
Graves was at Saddleback College this spring. 16 games, 4 of which were starts, through 34 1/3 innings with a 6.03 ERA.
As he works with an 0-1 count. It almost clips Sable on his hand, but it misses. It's 1-1.
Dylan Towning has been busy behind the plate. We've touched already on the 2 stolen bases, but Tyler Burns had a lot of pitches that were getting away a little bit. That's the first one that Graves has really missed with, but it's been a busy first inning and a half for Towning.
As he fires a fastball outside, Graves does. And it was a busy day on Tuesday as well for Truett Ross, who played catcher in that game for the Bombers. Of course, the third run of that 7th inning for the Riptide on Tuesday came in off of a wild pitch that got away from Ross. As Graves missed once again, and the count moves to 3-1 on Sable. Chopped back foul our way, and the count moves full.
Healthy hack there for the right fielder, Sable. Just a good swing, trying to do some damage. Hit 2 home runs last summer for the Cowlitz Black Bears. It's his last action since he redshirted at USC in the spring.
Working with a full count. Fouls it back once again. Good at bat here from Sable to start off the second inning.
She's got a new pitcher in Graves on the mound. Give the Riptide dugout the opportunity to see pretty much everything he's working with. So nice job from Sable here.
Zach Woodson on deck for Orange County. 3-2. Fastball misses outside. Sable draws a leadoff walk, so make it back-to-back innings with a leadoff walk for the Riptide.
3 of the first 4 hitters have reached base now for Orange County. First 2 were negated by those caught stealings. We'll see if the Riptide continue to be aggressive on the base paths or if they'll be a little more cautious with Sable.
So here comes the junior from Pepperdine, Zach Woodson, who makes his first appearance of the season with the Riptide.
And a happy belated birthday to Zach. He celebrated his birthday yesterday on the off day, so hopefully he's excited for his first at-bat as an older man.
21 years old now, Zach Woodson is, as he stares at a fastball outside. It's 1-0.
The conversation as Towning comes out to Graves. They can't really get on the same page right now, so quick meeting.
Final line, by the way, from the San Diego starter, Tyler Burns. Just an inning of work, gave up a hit, no runs, walked a batter, but did not strike any out. As Jaden Graves works with a runner on first. 1-0. Woodson rips it foul along the Riptide side.
Much every at-bat here for Orange County has been a good one so far. A lot of deep counts, a lot of long ABs, so encouraging signs.
Feels like both teams have put together quality at-bats so far, but the question is who's going to break through first. As Woodson stares at a 1-1 fastball, the count moves to 1-2.
Took a while for these teams to break through on opening day. 5 scoreless innings, and it really did feel like both teams threatened in those first 5 frames. Just couldn't push a run across until the 6th.
Woodson had 5 RBIs last season for Pepperdine as he works with a man on first and takes a pitch outside. It's 2-2.
Just 24 games for the Waves. Hit 128, but did have an on-base percentage of .305, so he was doing a good job being patient at the plate, even if the hits weren't falling in.
2-2 from Graves. Runner takes off. Fastball low. Throw to second is not in time. It's a stolen base for Jarrett Sable and a full count for Zach Woodson.
If at first you don't succeed, try again. And Jarrett Sable has finally swiped a bag for Orange County. Towning can't nail them all.
Interesting to see the Riptide send a runner with those 2 caught stealings in the first inning from Towning, but challenging the catcher, and it works out. Full count payoff. Woodson stares at a fastball inside. I'll make it back-to-back walks now for Graves.
Given the control issues that Graves has had so far, it's 3 walks now for the Riptide and 5 batters. I might be a little more patient on the base paths and see if you can get a run gifted to you here.
As Dennis Fitzpatrick also makes his Riptide debut here tonight. Talking about Jaden Graves, he didn't have a bad walk to strikeout ratio with Saddleback, 23 walks to 29 strikeouts, but here he is with back-to-back walks against the Riptide. As he fires a nice breaking ball inside for strike 1.
And I mean, you'd probably like to have that closer. If you're striking out 30 guys, maybe have 15 walks, half as many. So 23 is a little more than you'd like in 34 and a thirds innings. So definitely a guy who can get wild.
With the 0-1 count on the rising senior Dennis Fitzpatrick, who stares at a fastball outside. It's 0-2. It's been a while since Fitzpatrick has played. He did not play for Pacific this season, but before that spent 2 seasons at Golden West where he had a career average of .305.
That was during Coach Evans' time with Golden West when he was the pitching coach there. So previous relationship for Fitzpatrick.
0-2. Fitzpatrick takes the ball outside. Great chop by Towning.
Really nice play there by the backstop. Definitely looked like that one was going to skip away from him. He was outside of the left-handed batter's box. He had to slide a long way to corral that one.
Sable over at second. Woodson at first. Nobody out in a 1-2 count here to Dennis Fitzpatrick. Pitch from Graves. Breaking ball, check swing from Fitzpatrick. He went, and there's the first out of the inning for the Riptide as Fitzpatrick goes down swinging.
Looked like that one was in the strike zone. A little bit of confusion there for Fitzpatrick, but he's out nonetheless.
So here's Tomas Cernius. 0 for 4 on Tuesday, but looking to make an impact here tonight with runners on first and second and 1 out.
He hit in the cleanup spot on opening day, but sliding down a little bit here in the order.
Rising sophomore from Princeton University. Takes a breaking ball inside for a strike. 39 games played with the Tigers. Cernius hit .308 there, 45 hits and 24 runs batted in. Trying to bring in that runner from second. 0-1. Fastball outside, it's 1-1.
Those are strong numbers at any level, but let alone for a true freshman at the Division I level. I mean, just a great season from Cernius, and he'll look to be one of the Riptide's biggest contributors this summer.
As he takes another fastball outside, it's 2-1 to Tomas Cernius. Cernius, an athletic guy. Of course, he plays baseball, but also played football in high school. From Yorba Linda, California. 2-1 to him. Ripped back foul our way, and the count moves even.
Also a fellow Californian who goes out to college on the East Coast. I'm sure Cernius is happy to be back here in warm, beautiful California rather than the frigid winters of the Northeast.
Graves takes his time but gets his pitch. 2-2. Fastball outside and the count moves full.
Nice job here from Cernius, just being really patient at the plate. Graves hasn't given him much to hit so far this at-bat, so try to do damage on the 3-2.
And when we were talking to a few players earlier that play up north, they were saying, that it gets cold up there, but it's always nice to come back home for the summer and play in the Southern California weather. That's what Tomas Cernius is doing here as he works with a 3-2 count. The pitch. Ripped right out towards third. A stop from Doskasil on a line. Great defensive play at third from Joey Doskasil. And there's the second out of the inning.
Just super quick reactions there from Doskasill. Probably would have been extra bases down that left field line, but instead it's an out. Now there's 2 down here for Orange County in the bottom of the second.
So Doskasill robs Tomas Cernius of a hit, and up steps the catcher Sean Romero with 2 outs. Sable at second, Woodson at first, and his fellow Pepperdine teammate Romero at the plate. He takes a breaking ball outside for strike 1.
Romero hit .298 for Pepperdine this season. Couple of homers, 11 RBIs. Trying to add 1 to his Riptide total right here.
33 games played for Romero with the Waves. As he bounces the ball out towards Doskasill at third, but it rolls foul. Well, it was the Bombers who had an opportunity for a run in the top of the first inning with runners on second and third. Now it's the Riptide here in the bottom of the second with runners on first and second, but Graves just 1 pitch away from getting out of this mess. Oh, 2 to Romero. Breaking ball inside, but it misses off the edge of the plate.
Towning tried to steal that one, took a couple of steps towards the dugout, but called back by Sean Miltimore.
So the count now at 1-2. Reed Montgomery, who had a great game on Tuesday, on deck for the Riptide. As Romero pokes the ball out towards right field, it drops in for a base hit. Here comes Sable, and the Riptide take a 1-0 lead here in the bottom of the second.
Great piece of hitting there from Sean Romero. 2 strikes, didn't try to do too much, just take it the other way, drop it in for a base hit. Sable's off to the races. Orange County's up to a 1-0 lead.
And with the antics in the game Tuesday in the 7th inning, that is the first RBI hit of the year for the Riptide. As out comes Omaha to take the bat away. You can see she's wearing some Angels gear tonight. That's because it's Freeway Series night here at Great Park with the start of the Freeway Series over at Dodger Stadium between the Angels and the Dodgers. Omaha starting off in Angels gear. She'll wear Dodger gear later in the game. We talked about how great Reed Montgomery was on Tuesday with 2 hits, and now, Sam, here he is with 2 outs and runners on first and second, an opportunity to bring in another Riptide run.
Yeah, Montgomery, not just the 2 hits, also had a walk, RBI, and a run scored. Trying to add on to what's already been a great start to the summer.
We'll take a fastball outside to begin the at-bat. So 2 hits on Tuesday for Montgomery, drew a walk as well, and stole a base. Just about everything you can do to help your team win. Checks his swing on the 1-0, but catches the baseball and fouls it off.
Montgomery just so strong, quick swing, gets his hands in and just lets the bat do the work. And certainly can do a lot of damage from that left-handed batter's box.
Back here in Irvine for his 2nd straight season with the Riptide. Currently in the transfer portal after leaving Long Beach State. He takes a big swing and a miss at the 1-1. And once again, Graves 1 strike away from getting out of the inning.
And 26 RBIs for Orange County last summer. Led the team. Also had a walk-off against the Philippines baseball group. Just really a successful time here.
1-2. Montgomery able to foul it off and stay alive. Woodson's over at second. He reached on a walk. And then, of course, Sean Romero at first, who had the RBI single in the last at-bat. And it's Reed Montgomery at the plate with a 1-2 count and 2 outs. Trying to extend this 1-0 lead that the Riptides have after the Romero hit. Pitch. Inside breaking ball, called strike 3. Graves able to catch the inner edge of the plate, and Montgomery goes down looking. Well, head to the top of the 3rd inning, it's the Riptide who strike first. Riptide up 1-0 here in the top of the third after an RBI single back in the bottom of the second inning from Sean Romero. Cameron O'Neill back out for work as he takes on Dylan Martin. Breaking ball outside for a called strike. Avi Singh, Sam Evans with you here on this Friday night as the Riptide play the second of 2 straight games against the Bombers to begin the season. Martin bounces the ball out towards Cernius, able to glove it in his face, and he steps on the bag himself for an unassisted out number 1.
A little bit of a snow cone there for Cernius on the high hop, but made the play, and there's no pictures on the scorecard, so it's an out nonetheless.
Looked like Cernius was taken aback quite a bit from the bounce that went up right up to his face, but able to make the play for first out. Here's Isaac Castanon, who takes a missed pitch from O'Neill outside.
Castanon and Martin both walked in the first inning against the starter Harbor, but as O'Neill begins his second inning of work, facing the top of this Bombers order for the first time.
As Castanon takes outside, it's 1-1. We had 2 walks in the first inning from Riptide pitchers, 1 in the second from O'Neill. We'll see if he can get out of this inning without walking a batter. Easier said than done, however, as Castanon fouls off the pitch. It's 1-2.
Ahead in the count here, and so just try to work your way through the heart of this Bombers order.
Payoff from O'Neill. Breaking ball just misses down low. It's 2-2.
Seen a lot of called strike 3s so far. There have been 5 strikeouts in this game. They've all been looking.
As O'Neill goes for the strikeout once more, but he misses down low once again. It was supposed to be Andrew Harbor who had pitched 2 innings, but a little bit of a rough patch in the first, able to get out of the inning without giving up a run to the Bombers. Instead, it's O'Neill who will go 2. As Castanon bounces a ball out towards second, it's played on by Fitzpatrick. Throw to first is in time for out number 2.
A little bit of a double clutch there from Fitzpatrick. Had a hard time getting it out of the glove, but once he was able to grasp it, threw to first in time.
As Jeremy Jones steps up for the second time today. And to be fair to Fitzpatrick, it was a bit of a tough play, a low roller that he had to come on and dig out of the ground. And then you have to shift your body over towards first and try and fire in time. As O'Neill misses outside to Jones for ball 1.
Jones was the first strikeout victim for Harbor. Came up with 2 men on, first and second, nobody out. But Harbor was able to get a strikeout against the left-handed Jones.
As he takes inside, O'Neill just misses off the inner edge of the plate with a fastball. It's 2-0. So a hitter's count here to Jeremy Jones with 2 outs and the base is empty. As he rips a ball out towards right field. And a diving play from Sable. He's unable to get it. It's a base hit for Jones, who goes tumbling down out towards first. Throw is not in time. So it's a bit of an awkward base hit here for Jones, but nonetheless, the Bombers have their first hit of the game.
A lot of hustle going around all over the place. Sable laying out. A nice job from Montgomery to back up the play. Try to throw back behind Jones, who trips coming back towards first. And close play over there. Good job by Cernius being on it and trying to apply the tag. But it's the first hit of the day for San Diego.
Circus play on all sides. That results in a Jeremy Jones base hit as Doskasil fouls off the first pitch he sees from O'Neill. Doskasil 0 for 1 in the game. He grounded out to the pitcher Harbor in the first inning. As O'Neill sort of dangles his arm out there, keeping it alive. 0-1. Doskasil laces a ball out towards right field. It tracks near the glove of Sable, and he drops the ball. A tough play from Sable. Jones hustles over to third. A throw to third is not in time. He's safe. So it's runners on the corners with 2 outs after Jarrett Sable drops the ball in his glove.
Yeah, that's an error there for Sable. It's a play that you have to make. It was a tough one. Sable was playing pretty far in, really shallow, and had to be racing back out. But still, if a ball hits you in the glove, that's a play that you got to make. And now the Bombers have runners at the corners here with 2 down.
So a tough break for Jarrett Saville. Had that athletic play to almost rob Jones of a hit, but he just missed the baseball. And now the ball drops out of his gloves on the error. That'll bring E.J. Barnes up to the plate. He'll take a fastball outside for strike 1.
Cameron O'Neill's got to be a little frustrated. Got a couple of lazy fly balls that have turned into runners at the corners, but just need to bear down here and focus on getting rid of Barnes to end this threat.
Fastball just misses outside from O'Neill. It's 1-1. Trying to get out of this inning without allowing a run and keep the Riptide lead at 1-0. As he misses outside once again, it's 2-1. Barnes struck out in his first plate appearance. Trying to avoid the same here with runners on the corners. As he bounces the 2-1 out towards third, and it's played by Boudreau. Throw over to first is in time for out number 3. So Cameron O'Neill able to strand the runners on the corners. We head to the bottom of the 3rd inning. It stays 1-0 Riptide. Avi Singh alongside Sam Evans back with you here at Great Park on Freeway Series night. And it's a scoreless game over at Dodger Stadium in the bottom of the 4th, but here at Great Park, 1-0 Riptide lead as they come up to bat in the bottom of the 3rd inning with the top of the order leading us off. That means Bradley Boudreau's at the plate as he swings and misses for strike 1.
Coach Ramos missed the cue, and so he's running out towards first base to do his first base coaching duties here in the 3rd inning.
Able to make it in time for this pitch. Breaking ball down the heart of the plate. It's 0-2. Jaden Graves, who started last inning, comes back in here in the 3rd. A quick 0-2 count for him. Pitch to Boudreau. Big swing and a miss for out number 1.
3rd strikeout from Graves. First swinging one of the day for either team.
So that'll bring up Travis Curry with 1 out. 1 for 1 on the day so far. He singled in his first plate appearance, but was caught stealing back in the bottom of the 1st to end the inning. As he takes a pitch outside, it's 1-0.
Curry's the only righty in the top 5 hitters of this Orange County lineup, and none of the pitchers that are listed as available for San Diego today are left-handed.
Another pitch outside and another miss from Graves. It's 2-0.
Coach Evans' team certainly will have the platoon advantage in quite a few matchups today.
Plenty of lefties in this lineup for Brian Evans. 6 of the 9 batters for the Riptide today, left-handed hitters. As Graves was finally able to put a strike up on the scoreboard, here's his 2-1. It runs in near Curry, and the count moves to 3-1.
So advantage count for Curry. His ground ball single up the middle already has him on the ledger today, but trying to do some damage here.
Pitch misses outside. It's a walk for Curry. So a strong day at the plate so far for Travis Curry, a single and now a walk in his second plate appearance.
When you say strong, I think of Justin Tiller, who's coming up on deck. Had the fly ball to the warning track in right his first time up, but maybe only Reed Montgomery on this team could give him a real challenge in a bench press battle.
There was plenty of loud contact on that out from Tiller in the bottom of the first inning. Had this been at a more hitter-friendly ballpark, it's a pitch that certainly could have cleared the fence, but of course the deep outfield here at Great Park, it resulted in an out. An opportunity for some revenge here from Justin Tiller as he takes a fastball outside.
Riptide have already sent 3 runners in motion, including Curry, though he was caught stealing back in the first.
We'll see if he wants to take a crack at it again over there at first base. As Tiller stares at an inside breaking ball for a strike, it's 1-1.
Nice off-speed pitch there from Graves to even up the count.
We've seen the pitchers on both sides sort of work east-west in today's game. 1-1. Graves does that again as he goes the other way but misses outside.
It does feel like there's been a little bit of an expansion to each side of the strike zone here. So if you can attack the east and west sides of the plate, you're probably getting some good outcomes on the mound.
Working with a runner at first and 1 out. A high breaking ball that misses the zone. It's a 3-1 count now on Justin Tiller.
Exactly the kind of count that Justin Tiller loves to do damage in. His college teammate from Cyprus and Curry's over there on first base, and Tiller wants to just send him off to the races.
3-1. Tiller pushes the ball foul. It's 3-2.
Just taking a little walk around the home plate circle to refresh himself. Now stepping back into the batter's box.
Had a hit on Tuesday. He's looking to get aboard for the first time today. Three-two to Tiller. Curry takes off. Pitches inside, so it's a walk. Curry will head to second anyways, and Tiller goes to first with 1 out.
Back-to-back 1-out walks there for Orange County. And now Sable, who had the error in right field on the top of this frame, trying to atone for that mistake.
We'll see if Jarrett Sable can make up for it here at the plate. With Curry over at second and Tiller now at first. But before that happens, meeting on the mound, we'll see if Jaden Graves' day is finished.
Head coach Scott Stanley. So I think this is just a conversation with Graves to try and figure out how they're going to attack Sable and Woodson, who are the next 2 hitters up for Orange County.
There is some action over there in the Bombers' bullpen. So if they want to take Graves out of the game, they have an opportunity to do so, but we'll see if Scott Stanley will give his pitcher the leash.
That's Osias Hinojosa in the San Diego bullpen warming up, but it will be Graves who will stay in the game, at least to face Sable.
So Hinojosa will have to continue to warm up for the Bombers in the bullpen as Jaden Graves stays out on the mound. Sable steps back in 0 for 0 on the day. He walked in his first plate appearance and stole a base.
Came around to score the only run in this ballgame.
I was on that Sean Romero RBI single back in the bottom of last inning. Graves, who stays in the game, fires. Sable skies a ball out towards foul territory in left field. Two Bombers moving in, and neither of them unable to make a play.
Just able to get over the fence there. Sable will have another life.
So it's a 0-1 count here to Jarrett Sable. Was the number 6 ranked catcher in California out of high school at Aliso Niguel, and for good reason. He's a guy with plenty of talent, even though he decided to redshirt this season with USC, and of course, baseball family as well. His brother Blake in the MLB. 0-1. Sable takes a breaking ball outside that misses off the edge of the plate. As the umpire back at home plate gets a fresh set of balls. Curry at second and Tiller at first with one out. 1-1. Sable fouls it back our way, and the count moves in Graves' favor.
Had to reach out there a little bit to get a piece of that ball. Towning ran out towards the mound to talk to Graves, so I'm not sure if felt like it was a pretty urgent meeting just after there was one with pretty much the entire infield before the at-bat began here for Sable.
Maybe an idea for a put-away pitch. Runners on first and second. Not a bad idea for San Diego to try and pitch to the double play. 1-2 from Graves. Big swing and a miss from Sable on an outside fastball, and he goes down swinging.
4 batters so far this inning. 2 walks, 2 strikeouts for Jaden Graves. No balls in play yet here against the right-hander in the third.
As here comes Zach Woodson. One of 5 batters walked so far from San Diego.
Woodson's walk an inning ago was against Graves, and it looks like Scott Stanley is going to go to the bullpen here.
So it appears that Jaden Graves' day is done. As Osias Hinojosa comes out to the mound for San Diego. Back here in the bottom of the third inning, I'll be sitting alongside Sam Evans, and a 1-0 Riptide ball game. Jaden Graves' day is done on the mound. He went 1.2 innings, gave up a hit, got 4 walks, but also struck out 4 batters, so a little bit of an equilibrium there for Jaden Graves. New pitcher for San Diego is Osei Hinojosa as he takes on Zach Woodson with 2 outs and runners at first and second for the Riptide.
Hinojosa's out of Adams State. He had just 3 innings there this season, had 12.00 ERA in that time, 4 walks to 3 strikeouts.
A two-way player, both for Adams State and for the Bombers as he fires way outside on a fastball.
He hit .429 in 14 at-bats for Adams State this season.
Another two-way player from the Bombers that the Riptide saw was Aaron Mingo on Tuesday, who played first base. He's scheduled to pitch later today. 1-0. Pitch inside to Woodson. It's 2-0.
Another nice play there from Towning behind the dish to make sure there was no advance for either Curry or Tiller.
As Woodson, who walked in his first at-bat, is now up ahead 2-0. So a hitter's count here to Woodson. As he takes outside, it's 3-0. And Sam, if there's one thing that the Riptide have done great so far through these first 3 innings, it's patient at-bats.
Yeah, they've certainly seen a lot of pitches from these Bombers pitchers. They're making them labor. That's obviously a good approach.
As Woodson stares at an inside fastball that catches the edge of the zone for a strike.
3-0, not much reason to attack there if you're Woodson. If you can get the bases loaded for Fitzpatrick on deck behind you, it's not a bad thing.
Hinojosa, the pitcher from Escondido, California, stays in the San Diego area with the Bombers. As the 3-1 is fouled off by Woodson, the count moves full.
Will allow Tiller and Curry to get a head start on this pitch.
It's Curry who's over at second and Tiller at first. Both of them reach safely on walks. 2 walks, 2 strikeouts in the inning. No ball put in play yet. We'll see if it happens here on the full count. Payoff to Woodson. Fouled off once again.
Just a nice at-bat here from Woodson. Going to be seeing pitch number 7 from Hinojosa, which if you've got a guy coming out of the bullpen who you haven't seen a lot of, definitely good to get as much information as possible.
Dennis Fitzpatrick on deck for the Riptide, but first Woodson has to find a way aboard with a full count and 2 outs. Pitch is outside, ball 4. The bases are loaded for Dennis Fitzpatrick.
3 walks in the frame for San Diego. First 2 from Graves, and now this one here from Hinojosa.
So Jaden Graves exits, Osei Hinojosa enters, and gives up a leadoff walk to Zach Woodson. So with 2 outs and the bases loaded, here's Dennis Fitzpatrick.
First at bat, Fitzpatrick struck out looking an inning ago. But great opportunity here with the bases loaded.
Riptide already up 1-0, looking to extend that lead here on Hinojosa. As Fitzpatrick takes a fastball outside for a strike, or rather a ball, excuse me. A pitch that was well off the zone.
A lot of pressure here for San Diego to try and limit the damage.
Here's the 1-0. Fitzpatrick takes high. This one misses as well. So after striking out in his first plate appearance, a much more patient at-bat here from Dennis Fitzpatrick.
Puts the pressure on Hinojosa. He knows he has to come towards the plate now.
As the 2-0's fouled back, it's 2-1.
Nice hearty hack there from Fitzpatrick.
Travis Curry over at third, Justin Tiller at second, and Zach Woodson at first. All 3 reached on walks. 3 walks in the inning for the Riptide, 6 total in the game. As the ball gets away from Towning, but a great stop with the glove as he prevents it from getting further. That could have saved a run.
Absolutely could have saved a run, but still a 3-1 count for Fitzpatrick. Exactly what you want. This is where you do your damage.
We saw 2 runs come in for the Riptide on Tuesday on walks. An opportunity for that here. With a 3-1 count to Dennis Fitzpatrick. Pitch from Hinojosa. Hit out towards right field. It's foul and the count moves full.
So now again, 3-2, 2 outs. All the runners will be off on the pitch.
Plenty of contact there from Dennis Fitzpatrick, but he pushes the ball a little bit too far to the right and it goes out of play.
Just a little bit late there on the fastball.
2 strikes, an opportunity for Hinojosa to leave the bases full. The pitch, runners go in motion. It misses outside, and Hinojosa walks in a run. It's 2-0 Riptide.
Nice job there from Dennis Fitzpatrick. It's so easy to get aggressive with the bases loaded. He was patient and worked the walk.
So up steps the lefty Tomas Cernius with the bases still loaded and 2 outs. 0 for 1 with a game, or 0 for 1 in the game, with a liner out towards first.
That was a really hard hit ball from Cernius last time up. A great diving play from Joey Doskasil robbed him of probably extra bases.
As he takes a pitch inside, and it's 1-0. Fouled back over the Riptide dugout. It moves to 1-1.
Continue to have some really strong at-bats for Orange County. Just long, lengthy innings. Just put stress, and the more times you can put yourselves in advantageous situations, the more damage you're going to do eventually.
Pitch from Hinojosa way outside, and a great glove save once again from Towning.
Towning really has been Superman behind the plate for the Bombers so far in this game. It could easily be 4 or 5, depending on if you hadn't nailed down some runners or made some nice plays behind the dish.
Doing everything he can behind the plate defensively for San Diego. 2-1 to Cernius. Breaking ball on the upper edge for a strike. A great location from Jose Hinojosa.
So 2-2 now. Cernius trying to just stay alive here.
We'll see if he can do so on the 2-2. Laced out over the head of Doskasil, a base hit. Here comes Tiller. Woodson makes his way around as well. Cernius standing into second with an RBI double. And the Riptide take a 4-0 lead.
That's the first extra base hit we've seen at the Great Park all season, and what a time for it. 2-run double there from Cernius. Just a great piece of hitting. Had an extra base hit taken away earlier. Makes the play there.
First hit of the season for Tomas Cernius. There's a 2-out RBI double here in the bottom of the third. That too, Sam, the first extra base hit of the season for the Riptide.
Absolutely a big time for it.
So here's Sean Romero, who already has an RBI hit in the game. It's been rough for Jose Hinojosa. He came in with 2 outs and ends up giving up 3 runs.
First 2 runs are charged to Graves.
As Romero stares at an inside breaking ball for a strike. Pitch to the catcher from Pepperdine. Way outside and a good stop from Towning.
So the final line on Jaden Graves, an inning and 2/3. 1 hit, 3 runs, 4 walks, 4 strikeouts. Hinojosa's already allowed 1. He's responsible for both Fitzpatrick and Cernius on second and third.
Sean Romero looks to drive them in. 1-1. Fastball, great location on the outer edge for a strike. It's 1-2. Hinojosa simply trying to get out of an inning that he'd like to forget. Sean Romero looking to add on to his RBI total. 1-2. Big swing and a miss from Romero, and that's how the inning will end. But 3 runs come in for the Riptide, 2 of them on an RBI double from Tomas Cernius. It's 4-0 Orange County as we head to the top of the 4th. For nothing Orange County here in the top of the 4th inning. I'll be singing alongside Sam Evans back here with you at Great Park as we have a new pitcher for Orange County. It's Zach Dendecker.
Dendecker from Loyola Marymount University through 45 innings with a 4.6 ERA last season.
He takes on the San Diego catcher Dylan Towning, who leads things off for the Bombers. Towning shows bunt and fouls it back. So 16 games at LMU for Zach Dendecker, a 4.60 ERA in 45 innings. How about this, though? 41 strikeouts to 23 walks.
Certainly a good ratio for the right-hander.
As he pops a fastball inside its zone, too.
Definitely important. Pitching with a 4-run lead. Just throw strikes here. Trust the defense behind you. Pretty much the only offense that we've seen the Bombers generate has been from walks that the Riptide have self-inflicted.
Towning struck out in his first plate appearance, but this time he hits the ball over towards second as Fitzpatrick plays it cleanly to first for out number 1 here in the top of the 4th.
Certainly no reason if you're Orange County to get too cute on the mound and dare these Bombers hitters to put good wood on the ball.
So up steps the two-way player in Gannon Dwyer. 0 for 1 in the game with a grounder out towards second. As he takes a fastball inside that just misses off the inner edge of the plate for ball 1. Dwyer at Colorado Mesa did not play for them this season, but is here this summer with the Bombers looking to make an impact as he takes outside and the count moves to 2-0. One the count rather. It ended up being a strike. And speaking of strikes, there's another one there on a swing and a miss from Dwyer.
Nice job there from Dendecker generating the whiff. Dwyer grounded out towards second his first time up.
1-2. Swing and a miss. He got him. Strikeout for Zach Dendecker. 2 up, 2 down for him in his first inning of work here all summer with the Riptide.
4 Ks now for Orange County pitching.
So Dendecker takes on Drew McNear with 2 outs and the base is empty. First pitch to McNear. Fastball inside for a strike.
McNear walked against Cameron O'Neill back in the second.
A 1 from Dendecker. Another fastball inside for a strike. It's 0-2. We talked about the season he had with LMU, actually in the transfer portal now. So after a solid season with the Lions, looking to impress with Orange County. As he fires a breaking ball outside, it's 1-2 now on McNear.
Yeah, last summer he was with the Portland Pickles, had a 2.8 ERA in 16 innings for them.
1-2. Swing and a miss. Back-to-back strikeouts for Zach Dendecker. A 1-2-3 out inning for him, the first of the game for the Riptide. We head to the bottom of the 4th inning. Orange County up 4-0. Bottom of the 4th inning at Great Park on Freeway Series night as Reed Montgomery will lead things off here against Osei Sinahosa. Riptide up 4-0 on the Bombers.
Yeah, the Riptide put up a 3 spot in the bottom of the 3rd inning, and right now just sort of feeling like a little bit of control, but always want to add on against a team like this.
Excellent pitching it was from Zach Dendecker as we finally got our first quick inning of the game. As Montgomery stares at a first pitch fastball for a ball.
Yeah, it was so fast. I almost felt like I missed something. Like it's over already.
Top 3 innings of the game took just about an hour and a half. And the reason why, patient at-bats on both sides. As Montgomery checks his swing, but he goes way too far.
Montgomery was retired for the first time all summer back in the 2nd inning when he struck out looking. Went 2 for 2 with a walk on opening night.
Looking to reach base for the first time today. As he bounces the ball past the catcher Towning, it's 1-2.
I'm not sure I've ever seen Reed Montgomery swing at anything less than full power. I mean, it really does look like he's just unleashing the barrel of the bat every single time he goes to work.
There's a guy with plenty of muscle out there at the plate. As he stares at the 1-2 outside. It was a tough inning for Osei Sinahosa in the 3rd. Ended up giving up 3 runs in the inning, but all 3 of those runs charged to Jaden Graves, who was taken out for Hinojosa. Either way, not helping the Bombers' case as he misses down low.
Another full count here. Montgomery, very patient, had 14 walks alongside 26 strikeouts last summer for the Riptide.
Full count payoff is bounce back as Montgomery loses his bat. So we'll have to step out of the box for a second and go collect it as he adjusts his gloves.
Got a piece of it despite losing the bat there, so he stays alive in the AB.
As he slowly makes his way back out there to the batter's box. Lineup will turn over for the second time today after this Montgomery at bat as Bradley Boudreau's on deck. 3-2. Big whiff from Reed Montgomery. And for the second time today, he's retired on a strikeout. So Montgomery goes down swinging. The lineup turns over. And here's Bradley Boudreau. 0 for 1 on the day with a strikeout, but he did lead off the game with a walk for the Riptide.
There's really not a lot of balls in play for the Riptide. 5 walks, but also 6 strikeouts so far.
As Boudreau takes a breaking ball low for ball 1. It's interesting to watch him go to work because he didn't play for Fordham at all in his freshman season. So this is really the first collegiate baseball we're seeing out of Bradley Boudreau since he advanced to the collegiate levels for modern day.
Sure, it's something that he's been looking forward to. Got 4 wide ones in his first at-bat, so pretty much a free pass there. Took the walk, but struck out swinging his last time up an inning ago.
As he takes a 1-1 that bounces off the glove of Towning, but it was in the zone for a strike.
It's going to be a little tricky for a home plate umpire. You know, you see the ball come out and you sort of almost assume that it's not a strike, but that one in the strike zone.
Breaking ball inside for a called strike 2. Travis Curry waiting in the on-deck circle as Boudreau goes down swinging, make it back-to-back strikeouts for Osei Sinahosa, and a much better inning for him than it was in the third.
Entered the game 2 straight walks and then the 2-run RBI double for Cernius, but since then 3 straight strikeouts from Hinojosa. It's the one against Romero into the third, and now back-to-back here to start off the fourth.
So here's Travis Curry, who's seen the ball well at the plate today. Base hit and a walk as he takes down low for ball 1.
Curry made his way around the bases on the back of 4 walks last inning.
Take once again for a ball. It's 2-0. Curry, of course, with Cypress College alongside his Riptide teammate Justin Tiller and a few of the other guys on the squad, but he's leaving Cypress and will play at Cal State Northridge next year.
Cypress, of course, a 2-year program, so a lot of players who were finishing their sophomore year with the Chargers headed elsewhere.
As Curry takes a strike with a 3-0 count and it moves to 3-1. Patient at bat here for Travis Curry, who has not swung at the baseball. And Hosa shakes off his catcher and fires. Breaking ball down low. It's a 5-pitch walk for Travis Curry. Make it back-to-back walks for him.
You know, why swing if you don't have to? Nice job from Curry being patient there.
So Curry takes first base with 2 outs, and here comes Justin Tiller.
Tiller also walked and scored an inning ago. Got into a really long AB. Was able to work a walk on a 3-2 pitch.
It feels like he's due for something here. Had that loud fly out to right field in his first at-bat, and then that walk in his last at-bat after a great series as he takes inside for a ball.
Tiller certainly one of the candidates. If you were placing bets on who would hit the first Riptide homer of the year, he would be among those with the shortest odds.
You're in a ballpark that doesn't see too many home runs as Tiller whiffs on a high fastball.
Last season, the Riptide had a homer early in the year at home, game number 3 of the season, but then the second home run of the season didn't come all the way until July.
There's 12 home runs here at Great Park last year.
12 home runs as a team all season. That includes some road homers, too.
Yeah, there you go. Of course, you got some more hitter-friendly ballparks in the league. You think about MLB Academy over there in Compton. That's usually a good one. Sparky Anderson Field in Conejo, when they played there, more of a hitter-friendly ballpark. But they split time between Sparky Anderson and Ventura. It looks like it'll be at Ventura tomorrow when the Riptide head up there.
Ventura is definitely a ballpark that you can get it out of as well.
2-2. Tiller able to chop the ball back and stay alive.
For the Riptide's first road game of the season tomorrow, Aiden Pham and myself will be on the Riptide radio network. No TV broadcast for the first road game of the season.
Of course, all road games for the Riptide radio exclusive. But here we are on Riptide TV, YouTube, with a 4-0 Riptide lead here in the bottom of the 4th. As Justin Tiller's patient at-bat continues and count moves full.
Saw Riptide runners get a couple of head starts on 3-2 counts with 2 outs an inning ago. Curry's going to get the same thing right here.
Travis Curry patiently waiting over there at first as he takes off with a full count and make it back-to-back walks on Justin Tiller as well. So Curry and Tiller both walked in the bottom of the 3rd inning, and now here in the bottom of the 4th, they both draw walks as well.
Yeah, that pitch was not all that high, but Tiller saw the off-speed well the entire way. Scott Stanley is going to come to the mound here. See if this is Hinojosa's day or if this is just a pitching change. Or a mound visit, pardon me.
There does look to be a reliever out in the San Diego bullpen. He's trotting out towards the door. The question is, will he come into the game for Hinojosa? And it looks like he will. So Osei Hinojosa looking out towards the new pitcher. And it looks to be Aaron Mingo for the Bombers. He'll be the reliever when we come back. Riptide out 4-0 here in the bottom of the 4th. Bottom of the 4th inning, Riptide up 4-0, working with runners at first and second and 2 outs, and a new pitcher in Aaron Mingo, who we saw play first base for the Bombers on Tuesday night. So with that, Sam, the Bombers turn from one two-way pitcher to another.
Yeah, a lot of Bombers' arms have seen the field here. 4 in this now 4th inning of the game. Second time that Scott Stanley's had to go to the bullpen mid-inning. The Riptide threatened to add on to this 4-0 lead.
An inning of work for Osei Sinahosa, who came in with 2 outs in the bottom of the 3rd inning. He gives up a hit, 4 walks, and 3 strikeouts. Here's Jarrett Sable now with 2 outs and a runner in scoring position. 0 for 1 in the game with a strikeout, but Sable did walk in his first plate appearance. As we have a timeout before anything happens. Mingo finally ready. Sable ready as well. Here's Mingo's first pitch of the game. Both runners take off. It's a fastball inside and a double steal for the Riptide as both runners advance to scoring position.
Dylan Towning has thrown out a couple of runners today, but he had no chance on that one. Mingo missed well inside.
3 stolen bases now in the game for the Riptide, including Jarrett Sable, who's at the plate. Sable, who had the first stolen base back in the 2nd inning. As he rips the 1-0 foul out towards right field, it's 1-1.
Great swing there from Sable. Just a little bit out in front on Mingo's offering there, but really best piece of hitting we've seen from him so far today.
And we've seen a lot of these swings tonight from the Riptide where they've made solid contact with the ball, but are just unable to put it in play. Plenty of baseballs going out towards those left and right field foul lines. 1-1 from Mingo. It takes a bounce in the dirt near Sable. A good block behind the dish from Towning.
Just 4 total hits in this ball game. 3 for Orange County and 1 for the Bombers.
As the Riptide look to make it 3 straight innings with a run. 2-1 to Jarrett Sable. Fastball that just misses outside. It's 3-1.
Mingo does have first base open after the double steal.
How about the color of that glove from Aaron Mingo, a teal?
You know, it matches well with the powder blue jerseys here that the Bombers are wearing.
3-1. Fastball misses outside. Sable loads the bases, but instead it's Travis Curry who comes in and says, you know what, I'll just steal home plate for a run. It's 5-0 Riptide.
Yeah, that's a passed ball there from Towning. That ball hit him in the glove, just not able to make the play. And I'm not sure he realized, he was so aware that it was a walk in ball 4, so the runners were advancing, but they're allowed to advance further. And so Curry comes home on the passed ball, and the Riptide extend their lead.
You can call it a walk and a pass ball, not a stolen base. Funny rules of baseball, but regardless, Travis Curry comes around to score. It's 5-0. Zach Woodson digs in for the Riptide. We'll take a high fastball, a pitch out from Mingo. Cautious with Jarrett Sable over there at first base. Recall, he did have that stolen base in the 2nd inning.
Well, and if you're the Riptide, you'd love to get 2 runners in scoring position instead of just 1.
All 3 Riptide runs in the last inning came with 2 outs, and now the run here with 2 outs as well. Mingo fires. Sable takes off. A pitch out once again. Sable too speedy for Towning to make a play. And it's the 2nd stolen base of the game for Jarrett Sable.
Towning really just feigned a throw towards second, looked back towards third to see if Tiller was getting greedy, but he was taking a very reserved lead over there at third base. So now 2 in scoring position here for Woodson.
Well, Sam, you got what you wished for. Both runners in scoring position for OC. As Woodson checks his swing on a 2-0 pitch, but goes too far across the plane.
Well, Woodson's been patient so far. He's already walked twice. Now's the time to do some damage. If you can get a pitch to hit from Mingo, really extend this lead. Already up 5-0, but you'd love to make it 7 runs here.
2-1. Mingo fires inside and Towning blocks the low fastball. It's 3-1.
Again, first base open, just like a batter earlier when Sable was at the plate.
And you could go for a walk here and get the force out at any base, but again, you have to be careful that you don't miss lows, so there isn't another pass ball situation that would result in a run. As the 3-1 is hit sharply out towards left field and foul. Well, Zach Woodson has reached in both of his plate appearances, both of those coming on walks. And now an opportunity to draw his third walk of the game here with a full count and 2 outs. Mingo trying to put an end to this inning for San Diego after giving up a run. Here it is. Fastball inside for ball 4. Third walk of the game for Zach Woodson. The bases are loaded for Dennis Fitzpatrick.
Sias Hinojosa struck out the first 2 Riptide hitters of this inning. There have been 4 straight walks. The first 2 from Hinojosa, the last 2 from Mingo since coming into this game. And the Riptide continue to be patient at the plate. These Bombers pitchers have not been able to find the strike zone. I mean, it's pretty much the same way they scored on Tuesday night, on opening night. There was just 1 hit in that 4-run 7th inning, but Orange County took advantage of wildness from the San Diego pitching staff.
So here's Dennis Fitzpatrick, who's 0 for 1 in the game, but of course has a walk. He'll take an inside fastball.
Every single player in the top 6 of this Orange County lineup has walked at least once in this ballgame.
And how about this, Sam? 11 walks for the Riptide so far.
That's a lot.
That's something you see every day. 1-0. Bounce out towards third. Daskasil will step on the bag himself to finally put an end to this inning. As Omaha comes out to retrieve the bat, she'll take us to the top of the 5th. Riptide get 1 more. It's 5-0.
New pitcher is third.
Five nothing Riptide here in the top of the 5th inning. New pitcher for Orange County, the lefty from Santa Ana, Austin Kirkwood. as he takes on Kai DeKremer. Lefty-lefty matchup to get things started. It's a breaking ball outside, and the count moves to 1-0. Kirkwood just 4 appearances at Santa Ana, but he pitched 2 innings and didn't give up a run in either, as he misses outside with the off-speed once again. Before he was at Santa Ana, he spent his freshman season over at San Diego State, where he had an 11.81 ERA. So if you're Kirkwood, obviously less of a sample size this year, but Sam, a better turnaround in terms of giving up runs.
Certainly better progression forward, and hoping to continue that this summer with Orange County.
As Kirkwood misses for the 4th straight time with an outside breaking ball. It's a leadoff walk here for Kai DeKremer.
The 4th walk allowed by Riptide pitching, so it pales in comparison to the 11 that the Bombers have given up, but it does flip the order around here for the 3rd time.
11 walks, still a crazy number to think about it. Some teams have 11 walks in a game, but the Riptide have 11 walks, and we're not even past the 5th inning.
11 walks in a game is a bad job by a pitching staff. I mean, you could really see teams play a 3-game series and not walk 11 guys. So the fact that we've had 11 so far in 4 frames is pretty ludicrous here.
As Dylan Martin took strike 1 from Kirkwood. Takes another strike, gets 0-2.
Kirkwood's Santa Ana team actually won the state championship here at Great Park back on May 25th. So he's familiar with these grounds, though he did not pitch in that state championship.
Oh, 2. Martin takes a breaking ball outside. He's able to lay off on a close pitch. It's 1-2.
For Kirkwood, in those 2 scoreless innings at Santa Ana, he walked 6 batters. So trying to avoid continuing the trend that's been afoot tonight.
But despite the small sample size, it was good enough to give Kirkwood a scholarship to play for LMU next season. So he'll head over to Loyola Marymount as he gets his first strikeout of the game against Dylan Martin.
Nice pitch there from Kirkwood to catch the outer half and get his first out as a Riptide.
So that first at-bat against DeKremer, maybe the weak point of Kirkwood's career with Santa Ana, but a strikeout, the strong point, and the reason why he's heading to LMU next season. As Isaac Castanon steps up to the plate for Orange County, for San Diego. He'll take a strike from the Orange County pitcher in Kirkwood.
This is a good part of the lineup, too, for the lefty Kirkwood. Started off with the 9-hitter DeKremer, and then the top 3 hitters in the order are all lefties as well. So 4 lefties in a row for Kirkwood to try and work with here.
As he squares off against Castanon, who's 0 for 1 with a walk. He takes a fastball low. It's 1-1. Kai DeKremer over there at first base. If he comes around to score, he'd get the first run of the game for San Diego. Bombers, of course, did not score on Tuesday until the 6th inning on a Gianluca Finelli RBI single, as the ball's bounced out past the glove of Cernius for a base hit.
Tough hop there. We already saw a big hop that almost got through Cernius. Had to make a play on a ball that bounced up to his head. That one eats him up and gets into right field. Second base knock of the game for San Diego.
So it's a 1-out single for the lefty Castanon against the lefty pitcher Austin Kirkwood. And another lefty-on-lefty matchup as Jeremy Jones steps up to the plate. 1 for 2 on the day with a single. First pitch to Jones. Slider outside for a strike. Plenty of movement on these pitches from Austin Kirkwood. Seem to sort of slant out against you.
Definitely, if you're a lefty, the pitch is moving away. Makes it really tough to do damage. Saw a weak ground ball from Castanon last time up and just not able to get the out for the Riptide, but still a good outcome if you're pitching on the mound.
As he throws a fastball high to even up the count at 1. So mentioned the single from Jeremy Jones. Struck out in his first plate appearance. Swing and a miss on the 1-1. The count moves to 1-2.
Just want to make sure you're staying ahead of these hitters here. If you're Kirkwood, keep putting the pressure on. Get that 5-run lead, so no reason to get too cute and nibble around.
Working with runners on first and second. Here's the 1-2. Breaking ball outside. It's 2-2.
Like the effort there from Romero to try and frame that one, but that always felt like that was outside.
Joey Doskasil on deck for San Diego. 2-2 to Jones. Right down the middle for a called strike 3. He goes down looking. So Jones strikes out looking, and with 2 outs, here's Joey Doskasil. Doskasil 0 for 2 on the game. He reached on an error in his last at-bat. As Kirkwood fires, and Doskasil takes a fastball inside that just misses for a ball. Kirkwood trying to get out of the inning after allowing a leadoff walk to DeCrimmer and then the base hit to Castanon. The 1-0. Right down the middle for a strike. We've seen some excellent defensive plays at third for the Bombers' third baseman Doskasil, but he struggled at the plate so far. 1-1 to him. Outside for a ball. Of course, the Bombers, as we said, did not score until the 6th inning on Tuesday. Kirkwood would like to keep it that way here. 2-1 to Doskasil. Fastball outside for a ball. It's 3-1. So command continues to be an issue in this inning for Kirkwood as he tries to sort things out on the mound. Waiting for his sign from Romero. Three-one. Fastball outside, and he does not get the call. It's a walk. A close play at the edge of the plate. But no strike call from Sean Miltmore.
Now you got the bases loaded here, so important for Kirkwood to try and deal with Barnes. Obviously no place to put him.
Well, San Diego had runners on second and third back in the first inning. That's their best opportunity offensively since that first inning as E.J. Barnes fouls a pitch away. Nobody up in the Riptide bullpen right now. A.J. Frosto scheduled to pitch after Kirkwood's day is done. But they'll ride it out here with Austin Kirkwood with the bases loaded and 2 outs in the top of the 5th. As he fires a fastball that almost gets away from Romero, he's able to glove it on the inner edge of the plate.
Like there was a little confusion there between Romero and Kirkwood. Not sure they were on the same page about what pitch was being thrown there because Romero sort of jumped out to try and grab it, and then the pitch came down and closer to the strike zone.
And that's not too much of a problem now. It's, of course, early in the season as Kirkwood gets a called strike 2 outside, but again, those pitcher-catcher relationships still developing here early on. But the more you get to play with your summer ball squad, the further in the season you go, the better feel the catchers will get for what the pitcher wants to throw. As Kirkwood steps off for a second, seems to be on his end as he taps his chest. Maybe not getting the pitch he wants from Romero, but it looks like he has it here. 1-2 to Barnes. Inside as he ducks away, it's 2-2.
Definitely a dangerous part of the game here for Orange County. They got the 5-run lead, but if Barnes can put a good swing on the ball, it's easy for that to disappear quickly.
Kirkwood trying to make sure that doesn't happen. The 2-2. Breaking ball outside just misses and the count's full. Dangerous situation for Austin Kirkwood as E.J. Barnes has the potential to walk in a run.
Runners will be off on the pitch as well. We saw Orange County get that a bunch the last 2 frames.
Dylan Towning, the catcher, on deck for the Bombers. 3-2. Swing and a miss. He got him. Massive strikeout from Austin Kirkwood to leave the bases loaded. Sam Evans will have the call the rest of the way as we head to the bottom of the 5th. It stays 5-0 Riptide.
Back here at the Great Park, it's Sam Evans alongside Avi Singh. The Riptide leading this one 5-0. Tomas Cernius, Sean Romero, Reed Montgomery, 7-8-9, and the Orange County lineup coming up against Aaron Mingo, who finished the 4th inning for the Bombers. Cernius so far today is 1 for 2, doubled to left field, drove in 2 runs in the 3rd inning. Takes the first one outside as Mingo misses the zone.
Yeah, it wasn't the best showing for Aaron Mingo coming in the relief of Osei Sinahosa in the last inning. 2 walks.
Go, though, will face the bottom of the Riptide order here. Cernius lays off one, so he's ahead in the count 2-0. Cernius really 2 hard-hit balls today. Laced a line drive towards 3rd, the Doskasil snagged, and then the double down the left field line as well. So going the other way against San Diego pitching as well. Swings and fouls that one back, 2-1.
Well, he's seeing the ball well, Sam. He clearly has a feel for his swing and is able to generate some power as well. It was a lace out to right field that got him that RBI double.
Yeah, first extra base hit of the Riptide summer as well. 2-1 now from the right-hander Mingo. Swing and a miss. Cernius took a good healthy hack, but not able to make contact with the fastball. Mingo through 37 innings, had a 9.74 ERA in his career with Long Beach Community College. So he delivers the 2-2. That one bounces in, so this count's going to go full. Last year at Long Beach CC, he through just 8 innings had an 18 ERA, 7 walks and 7 strikeouts. So certainly prone to the free pass, and we've seen San Diego issue 11 of them so far in 4 innings today. Payoff pitch. This one's golfed towards right field and in for a base hit. Cernius with his 2nd knock of the day. Just a smooth swing, lifts it out towards right field. So going to the pull side this time, and the Riptide had the leadoff man on in the bottom of the 5th.
I'll talk about hard hitting for Thomas Cernius. That one was hit so hard we could hear it all the way up here in the press box with the windows closed. Laser shot out to right field for Cernius' 2nd hit of the day.
Just went down and got one, and that means he'll be on first for Sean Romero, who's 1 for 2 today. His RBI single back in the second brought home the first run of this ball game, struck out to end the third. Cernius has a moderate lead at first. That one misses the strike zone down. Towning looks towards first but does not throw, where Dwyer's holding Cernius on. Romero was twice All-League at Villa Park High School, just down the road from the great park here. I had 1-0. Cernius starts and stops. This one's floated out towards right field. Long run over, will not get there, does Jeremy Jones. Cernius makes his way to second as he had to hold in case Jones could make the play. But a little bloop single down the right field line. That's 2 base hits to begin this 5th inning against Aaron Mingo.
Well, it's quite unfortunate if you're Thomas Cernius, because had he gone all the way and tried to steal second base, he easily could have gotten to third and potentially scored on the hit by Romero, but nevertheless a good hit it is by Sean, and there's a 2-hit game for him.
On up 5-0 in this ball game, no reason to get too aggressive and risk flying into a double play. Riptide just trying to extend the lead. Reed Montgomery's 0 for 2 today, struck out twice, but of course went 2 for 2, drove in a run, had a walk on opening night for Orange County. He'll try and keep that going here. So Romero on first, Cernius on second. No outs in the bottom of the 5th. Orange County leads 5-0. First pitch to Montgomery, down and away. The first game between these two teams, very much a pitcher's duel for most of the ball game. 4-2, no runs scored until the 6th. This one has been a little bit different.
Well, it took until the 6th inning for any runs to be scored in the last game, and then, of course, that 4-run 7th inning on Orange County's part. None of those runs came in on an RBI knock.
Yeah, we've already seen a couple of RBIs today. Cernius drove in a pair. Fitzpatrick has an RBI walk. Romero has an RBI. And a wild pitch drove in the 5th Riptide run. 1-1. A long pause for Mingo. Now he throws home. Misses down, 2-1. And you have to give a ton of credit to these Orange County hitters. It's so easy. This game has already gone on for almost 2 hours and 20 minutes to get impatient at the plate, but they're taking what these San Diego pitchers are giving them, and what they're giving them is not much.
Well, you have a team that has 11 walks already in the game as Montgomery gets plunked by the pitch, but it's the way, Sam, that Orange County's been able to get on the base paths, not simply through powerful hits, yes, but by having patient at-bats, by seeing the ball well and fighting the battles that you need to, really earning those opportunities to get aboard.
Now the base is loaded, nobody out after the hit by pitch on Montgomery. So credit to the 7, 8, 9 men in this Riptide lineup, and they've loaded the bases for the top of the order, and Bradley Boudreau. He's walked once and struck out each of his last 2 times up. Scott Stanley will now go to the bullpen. Waited a little bit for Boudreau to get in the batter's box, perhaps to give whatever reliever he's choosing to bring in a little extra time. But it looks like Mingo's night is done. Orange County leads 5-0. Bases loaded, nobody out. Bottom of the 5th, trying to add on. We'll be back momentarily. Back in Irvine, Orange County leads this one 5-zip. The bases are loaded as the new pitcher Cade Fujioka enters the game. From Westmont, Fujioka had a 20.2 ERA in 2 2/3 innings this year for the Warriors. He's making his first appearance this summer with San Diego. He'll face off against Bradley Boudreau. It's the Riptide try and add on to this 5-0 lead. Just 3 hits for Orange County. That should be 5 hits. The scoreboard a little bit behind. A couple of base knocks in this inning, but still trying to add on to a 5-0 lead. First pitch from Fujioka. That one sent right towards center field. The center fielder McNear comes in a couple of steps, makes the catch below the cap high, but Cernius comes around to score. So a sac fly RBI for Bradley Boudreau, and Orange County leads this one 6-0. So Omaha wants to celebrate the additional insurance run by retrieving the bat. She's got it now, so she continues her strong start to the season as well.
Omaha no longer in Angel gear, out in Riptide gear now for the first time all season after missing the first game.
Nice job there from the center fielder McNear to make sure there was no advance for Romero from second, who started towards third. So runners on first and second for Travis Curry.
Travis Curry already responsible for 2 of the Riptide's 11 walks.
That one bounces in, so he's ahead 1-0 in the count. Besides his 2 walks, he's got a single up the middle as well. So yet to be retired so far in this ball game. Scored a couple of runs too.
Well, if you're San Diego, you have to be happy that the hit out by Boudreau to center field was so shallow, because now Romero's stuck over there at second base. He can't get over to third. So it's a little bit of a tougher opportunity here for Travis Curry, but nonetheless, Boudreau was able to get that runner from third in.
Count even at 1 now. Fujioka keeps an eye towards second base for Romero standing. Ground ball just foul down the third base line. Diving effort from Das Casil, but it did creep over the chalk.
We've seen some great plays out there at third from Das Casil. Very valiant effort to dive for that ball, even though it was well foul, but that's clearly a guy that's disciplined out there in the hot corner.
Doing everything he can for his pitcher, Fujioka. So 1-2. Bounces in. And more work for Towning, but able to corral that one for the most part. Fujioka also was at Westmont for his freshman year, where he had a 4.6 ERA in 15 2/3 innings. Count even, 2-2 on Curry. That one sent right back up the middle into center field. Coming around from third and being waved around is Romero. The ball gets away from the center fielder McNear, and that will allow Montgomery to go all the way to third. So runners at the corners and a 7-0 Orange County lead after the RBI single from Curry.
Well, have yourself a day, Travis Curry. 2 for 2 in the game. Both base hits as he's taken off towards second and he's nabbed. Is that even going to count as a play?
Looks like the umpires are saying time was called. That ball was in the infield, and it's like everything was corralled. So Curry will come back towards first. We'll still have runners at the corners here, 1 out. I'm not really sure what was going on there for Travis Curry.
I think he just tried to pull a fast one out there. Even though play had been stopped, the music was blasted on the loudspeaker. Omaha came out to get the bat. It looked like it had finished, and it had, but Curry tried to stretch a single into a double. Either way, an excellent day for him. 2 hits, 2 walks.
Now Justin Tiller runs at the corners in the newfound 7-0 lead. Down and away, so ahead 1-0 in the count. Pardon me, it's Cooper Klauser who's entered the game. Klauser started as the catcher, but is now pinch hitting and will probably DH for Tiller. Klauser count evens at 1-1.
Well, congrats to Cooper Klauser. Recently, as of today, actually committed to play for the University of Michigan next season. So out of Tempe, Arizona, and into Ann Arbor, Michigan.
The defending men's national basketball champions. The Curry went off on the pitch, but Klauser fouled it back, so he'll have to return towards first.
Well, Klauser started for the Riptide at catcher on Tuesday and was taken out about halfway into the game for Nathan Pone, but started on the bench tonight and gets a shot here for Justin Tiller.
He's behind 0-2. Fujioka looking to record his second out. That one weakly hit, check swing, ground ball towards Castanon, goes underhand towards first for the out, but Reed Montgomery comes in around the back door, so it's 8-0 Orange County as they score their third run of this sixth inning.
Well, another sacrifice hit here for the Riptide in the bottom of the fifth inning, and good for another run. This is getting out of hand here. 8-0, but obviously if you're a Riptide fan, you love to see it. A team that started out 0-3 last season looks primed to start 2-0 this year.
This is exactly what you have to do, and in the CCL, there's really two kinds of teams. As Jarrett Sable comes to the plate here with Curry on second, 2 down, and an 8-0 lead for Orange County. There's the regular members, and there's the affiliate teams. And the Bombers are one of these affiliate teams. And so San Diego cannot make the postseason in the CCL. And the first pitch to Sable misses outside, so he's ahead 1-0. But these affiliate teams, they really have a less talented roster. You know, for the most part, these are junior college players. These are D2 players, and so there's really opportunities here for Orange County. As that one misses outside. Count evens at 1-1.
And I'm sure Brian Evans and company are happy that 4 of the first 5 home games here at Great Park come against the San Diego Bombers team. The only exception, San Diego Waves, part of that affiliate category, they come here on Sunday.
One misses down and in, so Sable's up 2-1 in the count. And yeah, like you touched on, Avi, a lot of affiliate teams coming early in the season, and the Riptide really had a slow start last year, a big July, but they couldn't quite catch Conejo for the 1 seed in the CCL, and then they were knocked out in the wild card round of the playoffs. That one well outside, so now 3-1 for Sable. The Riptide, had they won one more game in the regular season, and they lost games to the Bombers, the Philippines, and the Waves, all affiliate teams, they would have gotten a free pass past the first round of the playoffs and hosted round 2 here at the Great Park. Instead, they get knocked out in the first round. So these games, even early in the season, are so crucial. It's the 3-1 well up and away, so Sable works the 2-out walk.
But the good thing for Orange County is that when so many of your first few games come against these affiliate teams, not only does it give you a quote-unquote free win, as they would say, but it really gives you a chance to see what works and what doesn't, who fits into the lineup where, who can play what position, and who's going to give you the best stuff on the mound. So come late June, early July, when you have to play Santa Barbara, you have to play Conejo and Arroyo Seco, these teams, you are in a great position to succeed because, 1, you've installed that confidence early, and 2, you know who's going to deliver where.
Zach Woodson takes the first pitch outside 1-0. And yeah, exactly. I mean, certainly these wins are far from free. We saw what a difficult one it was to get for the Riptide on opening night. The Bombers almost stole that one, but definitely opportunities to rack up W's for the Riptide. Misses down and away, so 2-0 count on Woodson. Really, the Bombers have had a hard time finding any pitcher who's been able to pitch effectively. Tyler Burns put up a 1-2-3 inning, but that was mainly thanks to the work of the catcher Dylan Towning, who threw out 2 runners in that frame. 2-0. Down and away, so a 3-0 count. And this inning, the Riptide have done most of their damage with the bat rather than by taking advantage of free passes, but the story of this ball game has just been a complete inability for San Diego pitchers to find the strike zone.
Well, it's 12 walks now the Bombers have given up. 3 of them to the man at the plate here, Zach Woodson, who, Sam, works his 4th walk of the night.
It's 4 walks in 4 straight innings. He walked in the 2nd, the 3rd, the 4th, and the 5th. I am not sure if I have ever seen that before, but the bases are reloaded for a pinch hitter for Orange County. It will be Connor Barth, who is pinch hitting here for Orange County. Pardon me there. So he'll take over for Dennis Fitzpatrick, who was playing second base.
Well, Fitzpatrick had an okay day at the plate. He was 0 for 2 with a strikeout, but he did walk in his second plate appearance. However, Connor Barth, who started on opening day for the Riptide, comes out to play his second game of the season.
Brief mound visit there to try and talk things over with Fujioka. So he'll attempt to limit the Riptide from adding on to this 8-run lead. Barth checks his swing. Did not go, says the first base umpire Chris Maher.
We're now past 2.5 hours played in the game, and we're not even through 5 innings. It's been a long one, and again, the reason why the patient at-bats that Orange County have had.
Swing and a miss there from Barth as he tries to get aggressive and lays at the off-speed from Fujioka. But yeah, for the most part, the Riptide have just been super patient at the plate. They've been taking what the San Diego pitching staff has given them, and it's worked out. That one in the strike zone, so 1-2. Woodson at first, Sable at second, Curry on third to load the bases. Both Sable and Woodson got there with walks. Curry had an RBI single up the middle. 1-2. Down and away. Barth lays off it.
Well, Barth did not have a hit on Tuesday before he was, or rather, he did not have a hit at all, but walk and 2 strikeouts. An opportunity for a big hit here is first of the season.
55 RBIs, though, that led the Big 8. Trying to add on a couple here. Waves just got a piece of that one, so the foul tip will keep him alive as Towning's not able to hang on.
Foul ball that bounced right off his ribcage. You know that's not going to feel good in the morning.
Certainly feels even worse when you're down 8-0. So we'll do the 2-2 again here. Barth looks to put his first couple of Riptide RBIs on his season tally. One grounded foul past the third base coach Grant Mayu and chasing all the way down into the left field corner. Calda Kremer will field it and hoist it towards the Riptide bat boy, who's a youngster under the age of 10, doing a great job tonight at the ballpark. 2-2. Up high, 3-2. Barth, the 9th batter to bat for Orange County this inning. Will allow everyone to get a free head start on the bases.
Well, we saw 2 runs come via the walk on Tuesday. 1 already tonight, an opportunity for that again here.
3-2. This one's fouled back into the screen. So a nice at-bat off the bench here from Barth. Putting a couple of good swings together and a long battle with Fujioka.
It was a good pitch to hit their fastball left center, just a little bit too late on the timing, and because of that, it's a foul ball.
So we'll do the payoff pitch again. Runners do go. Up high and inside, ball 4, and that will walk home another run. 9-0 Orange County. Travis Curry comes around to score, and Woodson moves from first to second, Sable from second to third, and the bases stay loaded for yet another pinch hitter, Landry Stamps, entering this ball game for Tomas Cernius.
Well, how about this? Tomas Cernius led this inning off with a single. And now Landry Stamps comes to bat in Tomas Cernius' spot, and here we are still in the 5th inning as the lineup repeats itself.
It is not often that you have a base hit and get pinch hit in the same inning. That one sent out towards the second baseman Castanon, who throws to first in time. Orange County leads this one 9-0. They've scored 4 runs here in the bottom of the 5th inning, but it comes for the Bombers to a merciful end. We're heading to the 6th at the Great Park. back here at the Great Park, it's 9-0 Orange County. There will be some defensive substitutions as well. We'll get those for you momentarily. But right now, Julian Orozco's entered the ball game. Trying to protect this 9-run Riptide lead. Dylan Towning, the backstop for the Bombers, takes ball one outside. Landry Stamps is taken over at first base for Tomas Cernius. Stamps ended the last inning with a ground ball, and immediately the ball goes towards Stamps, who fields it on a hop, takes it to the bag for the first out of the inning.
South Carolina commit Landry Stamps. An interesting story for him, Sam. I know you're really keen on this one. Landry Stamps quit baseball when he was in middle school. He had dreams of playing football, played football and baseball, decided to take one sport, and so he comes back at 16 years old. His friend played baseball. He told us he actually plays for the Savannah Bananas. But his friend gets him back into baseball. He takes a swing as a joke, but the baseball coach for his school sees it and asks him to join the team.
Yeah, it really is just such a great story. He had a couple of injuries as that one's flown to right by Dwyer. Sable goes back a couple of steps, but he'll make the catch for out number 2. Had a couple of injuries that sort of derailed his football career, but once he realized that he had an opportunity to play baseball, goes to Folsom Lake, where he's been so talented for them, now gets the move up to South Carolina at the Division I level. I mean, it really is just a great story for Stamps. Additionally, Connor Barth has taken over at second base. He pinch hit for Fitzpatrick last inning, and he'll replace him as well. So now Drew McNear up, and he takes strike one from Orozco.
Well, it's a South Carolina program that has struggled over the last few seasons. They fired their head coach in the middle of this season, but a guy like Landry Stamps can definitely go in and turn things around over there in Columbia.
That one's lined over the head of Barth and into right field. So Sable will get it back in, but a 2-out hit for Drew McNear, who's had a nice day at the plate today. Walked back in the second. Now this single here makes him 1 for 2. Be a pinch hitter, Gianluca Finelli entering the game for Kai DeCremer. Finelli, an outfielder, so presumably will slot in DeCremer's left field spot. First pitch from Orozco. Off speed, drops in the strike zone. Nice pitch there.
Well, he called Gianluca Finelli the opening day menace because on last year's opening day he hit a home run, and then, of course, this year had the RBI single to take the lead against the Riptide on Tuesday. Interesting to see him have an off day after that big hit, but there he is now.
Well, he had the big RBI, but also bases loaded, Riptide up 4-2 with just 1 out, though, for the Bombers in the ninth. Finelli hit one hard, but right towards third for a 5-4-3 double play that ended the game and let the Riptide really sneak away with one on opening day. And now, obviously, this one's gotten a little more out of hand as they lead this one 9-0. Finelli takes one down and away, so the count even at 1-1. McNear still on first. This is just a little bit down. Nice pitch from Orozco. Romero gave him the glove, point back towards him. As if to say, nice pitch there, even if you didn't get the call. Two and one. That one popped up. Stamps will give it a look, but it's going to get into the seats. This goes bounding away through the concourse here at the Great Park, and if you're not aware, you do receive candy for a foul ball. And I'm a little tempted to put the headset down and go chase after it because I could use some candy. It's been a long ball game. I could use something to get me going a little bit through this one. 2-2. A little bit down and away. So full count on Finelli, the pinch hitter.
Well, no opportunity for us to get any candy up here in the press box with the closed window, but the radio setup over there, outdoors in foul ball territory, there's your opportunity.
One of the broadcasters, Colin Costigan, brought his mitt on opening day to try and snag some fly balls during batting practice. 3-2. This one's popped up, fouled on the right field line, and it will go past the San Diego bullpen, so out of play. Orozco did not pitch at all this last season. He was injured, but sort of has bounced around in his collegiate career. Started with Long Beach State, where he threw 8 1/3 as a freshman in 2023. Then UC Riverside, and then Cal Baptist, where he spent the last 2 years. 3-2 again, down and away. So Finelli off the bench works the 2-out walk. Back-to-back runners of reach for the Bombers in the top of the 6th.
So it's 2 straight base runners for San Diego, and Julian Orozco looks to get out of the inning with 2 outs. We talked to him earlier today during batting practice. He told us a little bit about his time last summer in Victoria, Canada, up in the West Coast League. Said it was a fun environment, a good team, a small crowd, but he's excited to play here at Great Park and looking to put on a show for the fans here as he looks to strand these runners at first and second.
Yeah, making his Riptide debut, and Orozco just trying to keep the shutout going. So Orange County up 9-zip. San Diego has threatened a couple times. They left the bases loaded an inning ago against Zach Dendecker. Had 2 runners on in both the first and the third. So that one bounces in, so a 1-1 count. So there have been plenty of chances for Scott Stanley and his ball club to try and at least put something on the board. But so far, no luck, and the Riptide have had the opposite. They've scored in 4 straight frames. A run in the second. This one check swing, but it's in the strike zone. So 1-2 on Martin. They scored 1 in the second, 3 in the third, 1 in the fourth, and then 4 an inning ago in the fifth.
A run for the Riptide in every inning save for that first.
1-2 on Martin, the leadoff man. Swing and a miss. Orozco works himself into and back out of trouble. Still 9-0 Orange County, headed to the bottom of the 6th. Back here in the bottom of the 6th inning, Noah Newfield pinch hitting for Sean Romero, so he'll presumably take over behind the dish as well. Newfield making his Riptide debut against Caleb Fiskus, the new pitcher on the mound for San Diego. One misses down and away. So Newfield quickly ahead, 1-0 in the count.
Well, Caleb Fiskus, no stranger to the Riptide. He pitched on Tuesday night, went 2/3 of an inning, and did not give up a hit or a run.
1-0. Check swing, but Newfield did not offer, so 2-0. Newfield plays his baseball at Colorado Mesa University. Hit .333, 3 homers for the Mavericks this season. Really did not take over as the main backstop for the Mavericks until this last year. Just played 12 games as a freshman. This one's golf towards the left center field gap, moving over McNear. That ball will get in there. McNear will throw towards second. Newfield in with a sliding double. Welcome to the Riptide, Noah Newfield. How about a double for the catcher to lead off this 6th inning?
It was just a beautifully placed baseball out there to left center field. Hit it right on the line. No need really to slide in there to second, but hey, why not show a little bit of flash there?
Certainly earned it there with a nice piece of hitting. Second double of the game for the Riptide. A new pinch hitter as well. Alex Dolan, the switch hitter, takes over for Reed Montgomery. So 4 straight pinch hitters for the Riptide as Coach Brian Evans pretty much emptying his bench with the 9-0 lead. One misses down and away.
We saw Alex Dolan on Tuesday night when he started at center field in place of Trajan Rogowski, who was scratched late rather. But Dolan was 1 for 3 in that game with a base hit, had a walk as well.
So good for him to get his second game as a member of the Riptide. The runner on second, no outs here in the bottom of the 6th. Fiskus throws home. Check swing, but did not offer at the pitch. 2-0. Dolan, of course, teammates with Riptide Dennis Fitzpatrick, who was pinch hit for an inning ago by Connor Barth. 2-0. That one misses down, so a 3-0 count. Every single pitcher for San Diego has walked at least one. It's really been a challenge for this Bombers pitching staff. 3-0 for Dolan. Well outside ball 4, and he will take the vacated first base. So now runners on first and second for Bradley Boudreau.
Guess what, Sam?
What's up, Avi?
Walk number 14 for the Riptide tonight.
That's a lot.
That is quite a bit.
And there's also been a couple of hit by pitches as well, or just the one hit by pitch. So 15 Riptide players have gotten a free pass towards first base. It is difficult to win baseball games when that happens. San Diego is showing that right now. So Boudreau with runners on first and second. That one skips in. If we were playing cricket, that would be a great pitch from Fiskus. Instead, it's 1-0.
A bowl right down the middle. No wicket, however, for Boudreau over there in the batter's box.
I see you are a fan as well.
When you grow up in an Indian household, you know cricket is everything.
That's fair. 1-0 count on Boudreau. Swings and misses 1-1. Have you seen the John Boy breakdowns of cricket?
I have.
Those are quite something. You know, if you're looking for something to do after this Riptide ball game, check out John Boy. Stay here on YouTube. Look at some cricket breakdowns. It's really exciting stuff. A really fun sport. They don't have walks. They just have dot balls in cricket, which effectively is when a run is scored. Boudreau grounds one, just foul down the first base line. Chris Maher making the call. It looked like Boudreau might have flirted his way into an extra base hit, but instead, strike 2.
Well, a run certainly would have been scored there had that ball gotten away from Dwyer over there at first base, but it just went foul, and a tough break for Bradley Boudreau.
So he'll have to get back into the batter's box, now behind in the count 1-2. Newfield on second. Dolan on first. Couple of pinch hitters so far. Boudreau grounds one right towards first base, and it gets through Dwyer and into right field. Coming around to score is Newfield. Moving to third is Dolan. And just nothing going right for San Diego right now.
Poor Gannon Dwyer. Memories of Bill Buckner out there at first base. Ball got right through his legs, and there's a hit right there for Boudreau.
It's an E3. It's Dwyer, according to the scoreboard here at the Great Park. But the Riptide extend their lead to double digits, 10-0. Travis Curry, who has reached and scored in each of the last 3 frames, will come up here in the 6th. First pitch to Curry. Well, inside.
Well, this is a game that's almost nearing 3 hours in length now, and we're not even through the middle innings. The reason why those 10 runs on the board and, of course, the 14 walks given up.
There are reasons why the major leagues have instituted the pitch clock. 2-2. Pardon me, that's not 2-2. The scoreboard still has the count up from the Boudreau at-bat. It's a 1-1 count now on Curry. So runners at the corners for the shortstop. One of the few players in this game who has been there the whole way through for Orange County at this point. The bench certainly getting a little more limited. Well, up and in. So 2-1.
Travis Curry, 2 walks of his own. He's seen the ball well at the plate today. Of course, the 2 hits as well, including that RBI single in the last inning.
Yeah, both hits pretty much carbon copies. Ground balls right back up the middle. Takes a strike on the inside half. So count even now at 2-2. Still nobody out in this 6th inning. The Riptide have scored a run for the 5th straight frame. Fiskus has not recorded an out since entering this game. That one's fouled straight back into the netting in front of the press box here at the Great Park.
Well, thank goodness for the netting. That one probably would have come back here and broken through a window, but that netting way high up there here at Great Park and keeping the fans safe.
Netting pretty much runs from dugout to dugout here, and alongside the bullpen as well, to make sure that everyone's protected. 2-2. Strike 3 called. Curry takes down the first out of the inning. First strikeout from Fiskus as well. That'll bring up Cooper Klauser, who pinch hit an inning ago.
First put out as well all game on Travis Curry.
It's not a bad thing if you've come to the plate 5 times and only gotten out once. So now Klauser, who had an RBI ground out to the second baseman Castanon his first time up. Got a runner on third and less than 2 outs, so he can really just try to be a productive out if need be here. Way high. Nice job by Towning to corral that one.
Oh, Klauser, as we said, committed to Michigan today, and he has an opportunity in the game to show those Wolverines why they gave him that scholarship.
He missed all of his, or pretty much all of his year with Arizona State. Just played 7 games for the Sun Devils with a broken hamate bone. That one misses inside.
It was a good Arizona State team, ended up making it to the Lincoln Regionals, lost to Ole Miss in the final, but powered their way through. Klauser now an opportunity to go and help out a Michigan team that almost made the postseason but just fell short.
One well up and away, so he's in a 3-0 count here. And just there has not been a San Diego pitcher who there has been any sort of confidence that they can find the strike zone.
We really haven't seen, outside of Tyler Burns in the first inning, anybody that's been half decent so far tonight for the Bombers. He did walk a batter, however, Burns did. And as you mentioned earlier, Sam, each of these Bombers pitchers have allowed a walk in the game.
3-1, as that one does find the outside half. Does feel like home plate umpire Sean Miltimore has expanded the strike zone here as this one's gotten out of hand. 3-1 on Klauser. swings and fouls that one off to the left side and into the parking lot. So the count will be full, 3-2. I used to ump some little league, and they would tell us, because I was doing, the 8 to 9-year-olds, to get a pretty wide zone, especially if the game began to get a little bit out of hand. 3-2 count here. Klauser chops that one foul just off the netting in front of the Riptide dugout. So I'm calling this game for the umpiring. And this pitch, I ring this kid up. I call him out strike 3 on a pitch that, to be honest, probably was not a strike. But I was trying to make the game go by a little quicker, expand the strike zone for the young kids. And I just hear his coach yell, it's okay if it's a bad call, don't worry about it. And I'll give a ton of credit to the kid as that one's grounded towards third. CCL cannot get that one to second. It will scoot into the outfield and past Castanon. And so just when it looked like San Diego might get out of the inning with a double play, instead another run comes around to score as Dolan comes in. There are no outs recorded on the play, 11-0 Orange County.
Nothing is going right for these Bombers.
The second error of the inning. First baseman Dwyer, and now the third baseman CCL. So, anyways, I hear from the umpire or from the coach that don't worry about a bad call, you can't worry about it, and a ton of credit to the kid for not showing any sort of anger or frustration towards me, because admittedly it was a bad call, but I never have understood wanting to throw someone out of the game until that moment right there. And then I really got it as an umpire. So a ton of credit to the umpires all around, not just here in the CCL, but all over the place for taking restraint. Because I'm sure that they've heard a lot worse than a Little League coach telling his kid not to complain about a bad call. But there was a part of me that wanted to strike him down.
Very rare we see ejections in this league, save for Isaac Cadena here last year.
That's true. Isaac Cadena, who with USC is in the Super Regionals, as we've touched on earlier tonight. That one misses the strike zone, 1-1.
But you know what, though? I think you were just teaching these kids a lesson early, right? Not everybody's going to have a perfect umpire. Like, there's going to be some Angel Hernandez's out there, right? And in your baseball career, you're going to come across them eventually. But, you just got to deal with it, as the coach said. And you might get a bad call from Sam Evans, but you just got to hope the next one isn't as bad.
That one does find the strike zone, 1-2 for Sable. Exactly. It's part of life. And I think that's the beauty of baseball, is it's a teaching process in so many ways. I mean, not just the game itself and working as a team, but also how to deal with adversity and just so much more. So it really is just a beautiful game, and it's nice to be able to appreciate it. Sable fouls that one. That'll get just over the concourse. A couple of interns going after that one. It actually bounced into the team store. So I guess, I don't know if they get free candy if it bounces into the store, but I hope they do for their sake.
The Riptide hook us up with some free gear. We got the Riptide staff polos and the hoodies and quarter zips, but they got a great selection down there, I have to say.
A 1-2 ground ball diving play, but Castanon cannot field it cleanly. Rounding and heading home and scoring is Boudreau. Going towards third is Klauser. And a little infield bouncer that Castanon couldn't grab cleanly turns into an RBI single and another run for the Riptide. It is now 12-0.
It's a metaphorical comedy of errors out here for the Bombers tonight. I mean, really nothing has gone their way, and if you're a Riptide fan, you love to see it 12-0 through 6.
Just truly a fantastic game for Orange County. Everything going right. So now Zach Woodson up at the plate. Takes one up and away, 1-0. It is not often that you see an infield single send a runner from first to third, but that is exactly what that bouncing ball from Sable did. The infield sort of playing close towards second base, at least Castanon was, to try and put a double play in order. Scott Stanley is coming to the mound here. Doesn't look like there's anyone who's super warm. There is some action going on in the San Diego bullpen, but no one throwing from a mound quite yet. So we'll see if Biscus stays in this ballgame or not.
You know what? If you're an Orange County fan and you want to make a run this postseason, this is the kind of team that you want to see, right? The team that can go out there and play these affiliate teams and beat them early, beat them often. That's the signs of a great team out there, is when you can wipe the floor with these squads that play at a lower level, where the talent disparity isn't as great as, say, OC versus Conejo or OC versus Santa Barbara. And then you know that when it comes to playing those teams, you're in a much better spot to succeed in league play. And I guess league play that really matters, and in securing that number 1 seed.
Absolutely. I mean, all these games in the CCL are really critical. You have a 44 game Riptide, and it looks like Fiscus will leave this ball game. So we'll have a pitching change. We'll get the new pitcher to you momentarily. Back here at the Great Park in Irvine, Sam Evans alongside Avi Singh. The new pitcher for the Bombers is Wyatt Thomas, the right-hander out of Golden West College, but he's committed to Hawaii Pacific University. He's going to inherit a 1-0 count against Zach Woodson. It appears that Fiscus may have left the game with an injury of some kind. There was a bit of a rush there to get Thomas up and ready to go. Runners at the corners, Sable at first, Klauser on third. 3 runs already in this inning. The pick over by Thomas sends Sable back safely.
Wyatt Thomas coming in here and giving an ambush over there to Jarrett Sable at first. Pickoff move before he even throws a pitch.
The batter at the plate, Woodson. That one hits Woodson. So while it does get away from the catcher Towning, since it was a hit by pitch, no advance for Cooper Klauser, who was headed home, but it does load up the bases for Connor Barth.
I love this. Look at this. Zach Woodson has reached safely in 5 straight innings, and none of those have come from a hit. 4 walks and a hit by pitch. This has to be a first in baseball, because when do you ever see something like that?
I'm almost sad that he didn't get to walk to keep his streak going. but he certainly will be among the CCL leaders in walks. As Barth enters this one with the bases loaded, and that one goes well high. So now a 1-0 count to Barth, who ducked out of the way of Thomas's offering.
If you think about it, a hit by pitch is sort of an earned walk. I mean, you're earning it because you're getting smacked by a 90-mile-an-hour baseball, but it's a free base path.
I'm sure that's how Woodson will look at it. Barth takes a strike. First strike that Thomas has dropped in there. So the bases are loaded, and it feels like the bases have been loaded for a while for Orange County. They've scored 4 runs in the 5th and 1 run in the 4th, already 3 of this inning. They left the bases loaded in each the 4th and the 5th as well. So that one skips in. You know, in the last 4 frames before this one, the Riptide have left 10 men on base, but they've also scored 11 runs. So really hard to complain about leaving guys on base if you're scoring that often. So that one bounces in. So with 3-1 count, Thomas in real danger of walking home another run.
We have the stranded runners, but 12 runs, 15 walks. There's a reason why those runners are getting stranded, all the men up and down the base paths.
3-1, Barth chops it foul. 3-2. Barth and Trojan Rogowski are living together. They were Folsom Lake teammates this season. They're both headed up to Division I level. Barth to South Carolina upstate, Rogowski to UConn. But they're sharing a place together. Told us they listened to the Rip Current podcast on the way down. As Barth lines one up the middle and into center field, that'll be a base hit. The Riptide just going station to station. So the only runner to score is Klauser. Sable to third, Woodson to second on the RBI single from Connor Barth.
Good piece of hitting there from Connor Barth. Squared it right down the middle of the barrel and lined it right down the middle of the infield for an RBI knock.
So now Landry Stamps at the plate, but Barth said it was a 6-hour drive down from Folsom Lake alongside Rogowski, and he recommends the Rip Current podcast. So if you're looking for something to listen to right here on YouTube, on the live, instead of on the live tab, go to the videos. You can listen to the Orange County Rip Current podcast. New episodes every Monday. So that one misses down and away. Avi, both you and I are on that pod. It's a good time. You learn a lot about the players, the team. It's a great place to, if you don't have enough Riptide baseball as it is, you can get a little more.
Well, I was going to say Rip Current podcast led by Sam Evans.
Oh, well, thank you so much,
Yeah.
Avi. I appreciate. I can't self-promote, but you can do it for me. So 1-1 on Stamps, who pinch hit an inning ago, grounded out to end that frame. Takes one down, so a 2-1 count.
I mean, it was a great conversation we had on that podcast episode with Grant Mayu, who, of course, is over there at third base for the Riptide, and his expectations as an assistant coach coming into the season. And, he said he just wants guys to develop, whether it's on the pitching staff, offensively, just get to their full potential, especially with all these guys in the transfer portal for the Riptide. Of course, you have people like Landry Stamps at the plate who had that opportunity in JUCO and have already committed, but then you have guys like Andrew Harbor, who we saw start the game, and Reed Montgomery, who are in the transfer portal and are looking for an opportunity to find a new home. So the way that he wants that Riptide team to develop, and it's only the second game, but it seems to have worked out so far with that 13-0 lead.
Strike 3 called there on Stamps. Looked like that one was a little bit outside, and home plate umpire Sean Miltimore sort of gave Stamps a look like, come on, it's 13-0. We're going to do what we're going to do here in the bottom of the 6th inning. So 2 down, bases still loaded for Noah Newfield, making his second at-bat of this inning. He started his Riptide career with a double into left center to start this frame, and now up again with the bases loaded, 2 outs. So that one misses up high, 1-0. But yeah, like you were saying, the Riptide, it's such a great opportunity for these players to develop. They get the opportunity to play with wooden bats, which is so great for them. And this coaching staff, they really take joy as Newfield grounds one to third. Doskasil will step on the bag, and that'll end the inning. But it's 13-0 Orange County headed to the 7th. Welcome back to Irvine. Orange County is leading this one 13-0. AJ Frausto into the game for the Riptide, the rising junior out of Santa Ana College, making his Orange County debut. He'll be facing off against 2-3-4 in this Bombers order. He'll be led off by Aiden Capel, the pinch hitter. First pitch inside, 1-0 count.
Well, we saw Frausto's Santa Ana teammate Austin Kirkwood make his Riptide debut earlier in the game, but well, it's Frausto's turn out there on the mound.
That one in on the hands, fouled off down the left field line. Nice swing there from Capel, but not able to keep it fair. So nice job by Frausto, at least busting him inside and making life difficult for the pinch hitter. 1-1 count here. Frausto winds and deals. Up high, 2-1. But we were touching on the impact that Orange County has on these players and on these, really the relationships that you create. I mean, I was here last summer, say swing and a miss, so count even 2-2. And, you had guys who, they'd never met each other 2 months ago who were hugging and they'd become lifelong friends. And that's the bond that the Riptide, but also just the sport of baseball creates. Say swing and a miss, first strikeout for Frausto as a member of the Riptide. Nice job there. It's the fastball upstairs, and Capel cannot hold up. Now, next up for the Bombers is Jeremy Jones. So just the one pinch hitter so far for Scott Stanley. But these Riptide players, a couple returners, but for the most part, a new crop of guys who are excited to be joining and getting to know each other and obviously competing and trying to win a CCL championship, but also trying to just become friends and become better baseball players and better people. One well outside. So missed there from Frausto. He's behind in the count 2-0.
It's something that we already are seeing from these Riptide players, just being out there and batting practice in the outfield and talking with these guys. They're usually bunched up in pairs or in trios and kind of goofing off with each other out there, grabbing fly balls and getting to know each other well. So summer ball already in full effect.
2-1 misses outside, 3-1. And obviously summer ball is fun no matter how you do it. But it certainly is a little more fun when you're up by 13 runs than when you're down by 13 runs. I can imagine that the Riptide dugout a little more jovial than the Bombers one right now.
Well, it's 13-0 Riptide, and this already feels like a long game for us. So you can imagine how much longer this feels down there in the Bombers dugout.
Can't say. Hour-and-a-half drive back to San Diego for the Bombers. Swing and a miss. Jones chases up and away. So back-to-back strikeouts for Frausto, 3 straight for Riptide pitching. So Roscoe got Martin to end the 6th.
Speaking of hour-and-a-half drives, the Riptide have one tomorrow as they head up to Ventura to play the Conejo Oaks.
Indeed. Got to probably, if it's an hour-and-a-half, I'll be pretty happy. I'd imagine that one will be more about a 2.5-hour, 3-hour drive for Orange County.
I feel like the good thing is that on Saturdays, you're not going to have as much traffic as those weekday games. I think it would probably be worse if they went up to Conejo on a Tuesday, but
certainly not going to get any rush hour traffic. So that one inside 1-1. Joey Doskasill's at the plate right now, and he is the beer batter, which means you do get discounted brews if Doskasill strikes out. The Riptide have struck out 11 batters so far. Doskasill not one of them. He and Kaida Krimmer are the only starters for the Bombers who have not been punched out by a Riptide pitcher at some point today. Frausto will try and strike out the side, but he's behind 3-1, not just for him, but of course for the discounted beer that does go away fairly soon because the beer sales stop at the end of the 7th inning stretch.
It's the beer that you can now take to your seat here at the Great Park for the first time in the Riptide's 10-year history.
I can see that someone was listening to the Rip Current podcast.
Somebody was a part of the Rip Current podcast.
Well, you weren't on air for the part where we discussed the discounted beer. That was with just David.
It's true, but I have eyes and ears everywhere, Sam.
3-2 is fouled back. I don't want to know where your eyes and ears are. I can't have you listen to me at all times. So a full count here on Doskasill, who has had a couple of nice plays. Did have an error an inning or 2 innings ago, but made some nice plays, and he'll draw a walk here. So Doskasil remains unpunch-outable. Second walk of the day for him. Third time that he's reached base overall.
Well, the scoreboard out in right field flashed. Beer Batter has 2 strikes, but he had 3 balls as well, and he draws the 4th for a walk.
So E.J. Barnes, after the 2-out walk from Doskasil, comes up. Just 3 hits all day for the Bombers. Really have not had a lot of success. And a swing and a miss. Barnes has already struck out twice, also grounded out towards third. So he's 0 for 3 so far today. First 2 batters of the game reached for San Diego. Walks from Martin and Castanon. And it really looked like they might be able to get a run early and take the lead for the second straight game against Orange County. But instead, starter Andrew Harbor bared down, got 3 straight outs, including 2 strikeouts, and pretty much from then on, the Riptide have been in cruise control.
Well, it's been 1 run every inning for the Riptide since the first.
0-2 on Barnes. Check swing did not go. And 5 runs at the end of the 4th, but then 2 straight 4 spots for Riptide batters really have just turned this thing from a large Riptide league to a laugher.
It was 2 straight trips around the order for the Riptide in those innings.
A swing and a miss. Barnes waves at that one. 3 strikeouts in the frame. Just the walk from Doskasil separates Frausto from striking out every hitter he faces. Riptide lead this one 13-0. Time to stretch. Back here at the Great Park, Riptide leading this one 13-0 in the bottom of the 7th. Alex Dolan up here as he entered after pinch hitting for Reed Montgomery, but now in the game full-time in center field. Wyatt Thomas still on the mound for the Bombers. Swing and a miss. Dolan was trying to send one over the right field fence with Sinstead, so he's behind 0-1.
We've had 4 pinch hitters here in this game for the Riptide, and obviously with a large lead, if you're Brian Evans, not a bad idea to send some more guys out there and let them get their reps in.
Yeah, there's really not too many more guys who can come into this game. Pone off the bench could enter, but he played off the bench on opening night, and he is a catcher. We've already seen Newfield enter the game as a pinch hitter. Slater Nunez and Trajan Rogowski all were injured, or at least had some injuries they were dealing with as Dolan strikes out. So the team wanted to give them a little bit of an extra day off here before getting them fully back into the swing of things. So really, it doesn't leave a ton of guys left to enter the game. It's Bradley Boudreau. He's been in this one the entire way. Did not play on opening night and getting the opportunity to play presumably all 9 innings here tonight. He's been busy today, yet to record a base hit, though he's reached twice, a walk and an error, scored a run last inning, drove in a run on a sac fly. It's behind 0-1 in the count, but pretty much like every Riptide hitter, he's contributed to this 13-run lead in some way or another.
That strikeout, by the way, on Alex Dolan, the first out that the Bombers have gotten on the first batter in the inning since the third.
That one's lifted sky high. The shortstop Barnes and the left fielder Finelli coming in. The left fielder Finelli makes the catch, and that's out number 2 of the inning. There has been one inning that the Bombers have faced only 3 batters. It was the first, when Boudreau and Curry both reached and were both caught stealing by the catcher Towning. If Thomas can retire Curry here, then they'll have a second 1-2-3 inning, and this one would be more traditional.
Yeah, I don't know if you could consider the first one a true 1-2-3 out inning with the way that it ended, that caught stealing from Travis Curry, but an opportunity for a natural one here.
Curry's up in the count 1-0. He's got 2 singles, both to center, 2 walks, 3 runs, struck out looking his last time up. He has come to bat, just like Boudreau, in the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and now 7th innings of this ballgame. Swings and misses here, behind 1-2. It really is just so difficult for a team to put together an offensive performance like this, where they just string together at-bat after at-bat. As that one slapped down the line, just foul. So Curry will return to the batter's box, still 1-2. Obviously, it's been assisted by the wildness from the Bombers pitching staff, but the Riptide have done a great job, and this plate approach, being patient and taking your walks when they're there, will certainly pay dividends, not just tonight, but really in the long run all season long. 1-2. One's just lifted foul and out of play off the top of the Bombers' dugout. And the Riptide only have 2 extra base hits today. They have 2 doubles, one from Cernius and one from Newfield. But they have 13 runs, so can you imagine what they'll do offensively once they start having big slugging to go alongside their patience. That one's weakly tapped towards first. First baseman Dwyer grabs it and steps on the bag. So it is a 1-2-3 inning for the Bombers, but it's still 13-0 Orange County. Going to the 8th inning. Welcome back to the Great Park. Sam Evans, Avi Singh. Orange County leads this one 13-0 as we go to the top of the 8th. The new pitcher for the Riptide, Hunter Manning out of UC Irvine, had a 6 ERA in 25 1/3 innings for the Anteaters. He'll face off against Dylan Towning, Gannon Dwyer, and Drew McNear. 6, 7, 8 in this Bombers lineup. First pitch chopped, just foul down the first base line.
Well, Hunter Manning, a guy with a higher sample size than some of the other pitchers on the Riptide. That's because he played in 17 games and pitched in 25 and a third innings for UC Irvine. So if you're Brian Evans, you know what you're getting out of your pitcher.
Solid ratio, 15 walks to 30 strikeouts. That one just misses a little bit high, so count 1-1.
Well, it says on the UC Irvine page for Hunter Manning that he can dunk a basketball, and you can see his powerful frame out there. 6'5". No surprise.
I would pay. How much money would you pay to be able to dunk a basketball?
I can't dunk a basketball, unfortunately.
So how much money would you pay?
How much money would I pay to see him dunk a
No,
basketball?
no, for you yourself to have the physical ability to dunk a basketball.
Oh, I don't know, because it was just like a magic situation. Like, hey, you pay and you can automatically learn how to dunk a basketball.
Yeah, you have the physical ability. I would pay $500 to be able to dunk a basketball.
Okay, because I'm 6'2", I'd probably only pay like $1. I just have a terrible vertical. I just can't leap up there. But
3-1. That one's chopped towards third. Boudreau charges, throws after a couple of steps, plenty of time to get Towning for out number one. I guess, I feel like if I could dunk a basketball, my life would be a lot better.
Oh, there's that song, I wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was a baller.
That's true. I do wish I was a little bit taller, and I wish I was a baller. The intramurals at Syracuse University can attest that, unfortunately, despite my best efforts, that is not true. I did, though, put up a career-high 10 points on my final intramural basketball game. So that one misses downstairs. 1-0 count for Dwyer.
I think we've heard some interesting stories from those Syracuse intramurals.
That's true. We have heard some interesting stories in the past. Perhaps some of them will come out over the course of this summer. So the 1-0 is slapped foul into the netting, but I'll leave it at my 10 points, all in the fourth quarter of a blowout game. I was the player who got to come in really late off the bench and get serious run once the game was out of hand.
I feel like I'm more of like a Dennis Rodman kind of guy. Like I'll just stand in the paint and maybe rebound or go up physically, defensively if you need me to. But
that one's chopped towards the mound, flipped underhand by Manning. So 1-3 on the putout. 2 quick ground outs in this 8th inning. Yeah, I think that my basketball game really would translate. I wouldn't say there's an NBA player who I translate to well, because most of them are able to do something well on a basketball court. I'd like to say I was modeled off of Ty Jerome for the Memphis Grizzlies. So that one bounces in, 1-0 count. But I think that'd be really disrespectful to any NBA player to compare him to myself.
I think as a Phoenix kid, I have to shout out former Sun Ty Jerome.
Oh, true, former Sun. A 1-0 count on McNear. So that one bounces in 2-0. I have a signed Ty Jerome Cleveland Cavaliers jersey.
Oh, there you go. Of course, national champion with Virginia.
That's true. True, that is quite the career for Mr. Jerome. 2-0 on McNear. So that one catches the inside half of the strike zone. McNear shakes his head, but it's become pretty clear tonight that wide strike zone is the new norm.
Yeah, well, back to baseball here. Hunter Manning has an opportunity to get the second 1-2-3 out inning of the game for the Riptide.
That one's lifted into the netting here behind the Great Park. 2-2 count now. Indeed, just the 1-1-2-3 inning for the Riptide. Came back in the 4th for Zach Dindecker. 2-2. That one sent out towards right field. Sable is on his horse, and he'll make a running catch as he loses his cap. 13-0 Orange County. We're going to the bottom of the 8th. Last ups for the Riptide. Back in Irvine, Sam Evans alongside Avi Singh. Riptide lead this one 13-0. Gannon Dwyer, who'd been playing first base for most of this game for San Diego, is taken over on the mound. Jackson Summers replaces him at first base. Dwyer will face off against Clouser, Sable, and Woodson. The lefty deals, and Clouser fouls that one back. Dwyer does have more experience pitching than the average first baseman. He's both a hitter and a pitcher. He did not play for Colorado Mesa University this last season. That one's grounded towards shortstop. Barnes gobbles it up on a couple of hops. His throw is wide and just off the bag. A reaching effort from Summers, but not able to corral the baseball while keeping his foot on the bag. And the errant throw means the Riptide have a man aboard to begin the bottom of the eighth.
Well, 4 errors in the game now for the Bombers, and I think that just about sums up everything that's happened tonight.
I agree. That is a fair way to describe the Bombers' game so far tonight. There really is no way to be trailing 13-0 and have played well. So Jarrett Sable up. He has been in this game the entire way, the right fielder. Takes one down and away, 1-0. Sable had an infield hit that drove in a run back in the 6th. Also 3 walks, scored a run. A couple of stolen bases in there. It's been a busy day. This one's grounded right back up the middle. It'll go into center field. Clouser will think about going first to third, but will stay at second. So 2 base runners here in the bottom of the 8th. It's the Riptide attempt to add on a little bit more.
Clean hit there for Jarrett Sable, his second of the game with Zach Woodson coming out to set up runners on first and second. But, Gannon Dwyer was playing first base. He's now pitching. It kind of reminds you of those situations, even though he's a two-way player, of blowout games in the MLB where they'll send a position player out to go pitch. Speaking of first base to pitcher, I think my favorite story in one of these situations is Anthony Rizzo, Cubs legend, who had asked forever and ever to pitch in a game, and they would never let him do it. And as he's sort of nearing the final years of his career, they play the Atlanta Braves in a blowout game, and he finally gets a shot to pitch, and what does he do, Sam? He goes out and strikes out Freddie Freeman.
I mean, that's a solid first major league strikeout for Mr. Rizzo. Definitely produces some hilarious moments. I think of Albert Pujols coming into the game from the field in his final year, giving up a couple of homers. Counts 2-1 now after that one catches the bottom of the zone. This is also the battle of the number 28s, Dwyer on the mound and Woodson at the plate, both the respective number 28s for their team. This one's sent towards center field. The center fielder McNear moves into left center, makes the catch on the run. No advance for either runner. So 1 down now in the bottom of the 8th.
Unfortunately, Zach Woodson's 5 plate appearance on base streak tonight comes to an end with a fly ball. And you know what? I think that's the first time all game we've seen Woodson put a ball into play.
It really is. He's got 5 plate appearances before that, 4 walks and a hit by pitch. He went 0 for 1 today, but I think he'll be happy with 5 times reaching base, runs scored. Just really a busy game for him. Now Connor Barth, first pitch swinging, laces one down the right field line, but foul. Barth so far today has a base hit and an RBI and a walk. He came off the bench to replace Dennis Fitzpatrick back in the 5th inning. Second pitch swinging, that one's into right field for a base hit. The Riptide will not send the runner Clouser, and so the bases will be loaded. Grant Mayu put up the stop sign really quickly. Jones had a good read on that baseball, pretty much went right to him. But second hit of the day for Barth. Nice job there for the second baseman.
Another bases loaded opportunity for the Riptide. We're already up 13-0, and Andrew Stamps has an opportunity to keep on adding to that scoreboard.
Landry Stamps is 0 for 2 so far today, but he'd love to get his first knock as a member of the Riptide and drive home a couple more runs. Takes a strike there, 0-1. He also came off the bench just like Barth. Had a ground out that ended the 6th and a strikeout, a ground out that ended the 5th and then a strikeout in the 6th. Quickly behind 0-2 here though. Stamps played his baseball at Tyler Junior College. He's from Texas, Keller, Texas. Getting to spend his summer out here in California. So that one's lifted foul, so we'll stay on 0-2.
Stamps sort of going all across America. From Texas, played college there, comes out to the West Coast to play in the summer from California, and has to head back east to South Carolina.
One misses up high, 1-2. But truly, getting to experience all of the U.S. Maybe he'll have to do summer ball up in Alaska next year to really get the whole shebang. 1-2. That one's tapped foul off himself, so we'll stay here. Those, I have to imagine, are real painful, though it looks like Stamps didn't get the worst of it there. Not too hard on the exit velocity for the foul tip, so should be all right. 1-2. Takes strike 3 called. Second straight at bat that Stamps has struck out looking. He's a little bit frustrated with himself, but it is a 13-0 ball game, so certainly could be worse.
Well, I think he still has to be happy with his score is now. Obviously, maybe not pleased with that plate appearance, but head not completely down if you're Landry Stamps.
It's a long summer and plenty of time to recover from a slow start. Noah Newfield, though, did not have a slow start. Started his Riptide career with a double in the gap. Takes strike 1 here. The bases are loaded with 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th. He ended last inning with a ground out to the third baseman. This one's chopped towards second. Capel, who was inserted into the game, fields and throws in time. So the Riptide load the bases but do not score. Gannon Dwyer strikes out, or gets his college teammate Noah Newfield out. 13-0 Orange County going to the 9th. It is the top of the 9th inning. Orange County leads this one 13-0. Brad Grindlinger is into the game to make his Orange County debut. Had a solid year in 6 2/3 innings for Long Beach State, just a 1.35 ERA. 6 walks to 6 strikeouts in his 7 games for the Dirtbags. He'll try to close this one out. It's Orange County with a 13-run lead against San Diego. It's the Riptide 3 outs away from sweeping the first 2 games of the season against San Diego.
Well, the clock out there in right field is at 10:45, so if this game goes another 15 minutes, we'll have reached 4 hours here at Great Park. Lengthy game if you love offense. Of course, the 13-0 Riptide lead, but Brad Grindlinger an opportunity to finally close this one out and send the fans home.
A little bit of an ugly game as well. 6 total errors, 4 for San Diego, 2 for Orange County in this one. But ugly, beautiful, 13-0. You take them all as they come here in the CCL. The Riptide 3 outs away from moving to 2-0. Talked about it earlier on the broadcast. Orange County started the year 0-3. Had to wait all the way until Sunday of their opening week for their first win of the year. had no such problems on opening night back on Tuesday as Grindlinger finds the strike zone. So he's ahead 0-1 on Gianluca Finelli. But the Riptide have just really done everything they've needed to do tonight, taking control of this ball game from the jump, and they're going to get to 2-0 as they take on their first road trip of the year up at Conejo tomorrow before they'll finish off the week taking on the San Diego Waves, another affiliate team just like these Bombers.
And if you're a Riptide fan, you have to feel good that they're this locked in before the Conejo game tomorrow. It shows that nerves are a little reassuring for that first road trip, and this is a team that's ready to go up to Ventura and play.
Diving play from Stamps. He'll flip underhand just because the game is probably decided. It doesn't mean that Landry Stamps isn't laying out a nice diving play, and then the underhand flip to Grindlinger, doing a good job to cover. And that's out number 1 of this top of the 9th inning.
Well, Stamps came in as a pinch hitter and was 0 for 2, but he more than makes up for it there on that play. Great slide out to his left to make the catch and then to throw it to Grindlinger in time for the out.
So now Dylan Martin as the lineup flips over for San Diego. One up high, so 1-0 to Martin. It'll actually be Conejo's opening day as well, so the Riptide will have already played twice before the Oaks have their season opener. Perhaps an advantage. You've played a little bit together. You have a feel of what's going on. Say, swing and a miss for Martin evens the count at 1-1. But, potentially something you can take advantage of and steal one on the road in a difficult environment. 1-1. That one's popped up foul off the left side. So Grindlinger's ahead 1-2.
And you know what, Sam? When you put it that way, 0-3 last year, but I think 3-0 is a real possibility for this squad, and not too 4-0 on Sunday when the Waves come to town.
Certainly don't want to look too far ahead. I'm sure Coach Evans would say that, but definitely something to think about here. The Riptide would love to start the season strong and just continue and keep playing good ball all the way through, because that was definitely not the case last season. Really a slow, sluggish start. We're playing 500 baseball for the entire month of June, but really kicked things into gear in July. Got hot, strike 3 called on the outside half. So Grindlinger's first strikeout as a member of the Riptide is the second out of the 9th inning.
Well, if you're the Riptide, if you can go 4-0 this weekend, play Arroyo Seco on the road on Tuesday. It's a game that you can go steal up there in Pasadena. Play this Bomber squad again on Wednesday. There's a real chance that you're 6-0 heading into Thursday's game against Santa Barbara, which, of course, is your first major test of the year.
Santa Barbara was the best record in the CCL South last year. They don't compete in the CCL's postseason, so not necessarily as relevant for the playoff picture, but would be a real big deal for Orange County to win the CCL South regular season as well. And so you definitely want to be prepared and ready, and all these games are just so important. Just looking to keep stacking wins if you're the Riptide.
It's really about the talent level there at Santa Barbara, all those Power 4, Power 5 recruits. If you can go out there and play well against those guys and win that game, then you know that when it comes down to the divisional games that do matter playoff-wise, you have what it takes to go out and win every single day.
Capel pops one foul out of play, and so 1-2 count. Grindlinger's one strike away from ending this one and bringing the Riptide up to 2-0. Strike 3 called, and there is your ball game. The Riptide win this one 13-0. They blank the Bombers, and they move to 2-0 on the season. Avi, do you have any player of the game for the Riptide? I know it's tough to pick given what a team effort it was today.
Well, there's plenty of guys that had a great game. Jarrett Sable, one of them, Travis Curry as well. But you know what? I have to give it to the impressive plate discipline that we saw from Zach Woodson today. When you have 5 straight innings where you go out there and you got 4 walks and a hit by pitch, that's really impressive to not only take all those pitches, but to be able to keep getting on base.
Absolutely a great performance all the way around for the Riptide, who moved to 2-0. They'll be on the road tomorrow up at Conejo at 4 p.m. For that broadcast, tune in to the Riptide Radio Network on Mixlr. You can find us at OC Riptide on Mixlr, or you can keep an eye out on Riptide social media. They'll tend to post the link to the radio broadcast of the game. The Rex Riptide home game will be Sunday at 5:30 against the San Diego Waves. The Riptide will look to continue their winning ways. For Avi Singh, I'm Sam Evans. Thank you for listening. Good night.